wasn't paying attention. Yeah, golden season. Talk your talk. Facts. Facts. Hey, hey, hey. I came with receipts. I ain't come to play. Expose every lie they've been selling all day. Head held high, ain't ducking no smoke. Truth hit harder when the system broke. I came with receipts. Every file got names. Everybody loud till accountability came. We ain't moving in fear. We applying that heat. Better tighten up now, cause I brought the receipts. Let's go. See the cameras flash when the hearing start. Whole room shook when they spoke from the heart. Trying to cut me off, nah, reclaim my time. Every interruption just exposed the crime. History long, but the memory longer. Pressure make diamonds, pressure make stronger. You can twist headlines, spin every thread. Can't rewrite facts when the truth been said. Everybody gangsta behind that bitch. To the numbers show the public been stressed. Families hurting while they paint pretty bitches. Meanwhile, pockets getting thin about a minute. Tell them stop having quick gaslight games. People buying eggs with a pocket full of change. You can fake statistics on a PowerPoint slide, but the checkout line don't never lie. Who gon' speak? We will. Who gon' fight? All night. Who gon' stand? When they kill all right. We will. We will. I came with receipts. I ain't come to play. Expose every lie they've been selling all day. Head held high, ain't ducking no smoke. Truth hit harder when the system broke. I came with receipts. Every file got names. Everybody loud till accountability came. We ain't moving in fear. We applying that heat. Better tighten up now, cause I brought the receipts. Courtrooms echo, but the streets hear louder. Every bad ruling make the movement prouder. Take one vote, then we register 10. Peel from the black, let the people win. And silence voices born from struggle. I built these dreams through pain and hustle. Ran my march so I could speak. Now I'm 10 toes down every single week. Every chapter got another revelation. People waking up across the nation. Ain't no crown without confrontation. Truth is the spark for transformation. Ain't about left, ain't about right. It's about wrong hiding under bright lights. Question everything, don't worship names. Power belongs to the people, not fame. If they tell you hush, if they tell you hush. If they tell you wait, move now. If they tell you quit, stand tall. If they show one love. Born with a mission. Every generation got their choice. I'm choosing resistance. Pin like a weapon, mic like a torch. Truth keep burning till it like a whole torch. Kingdoms fall when the people unite. Darkness disappear when they turn on the light. Ain't chasing cloud, I'm chasing change. Every verse another broken chain. Every sister standing up, every brother finding peace. Every child watching us, learning purpose don't decrease. It multiplies. Play. Truth don't fold when the headlines fade. Built for the pressure, built for the fight. We keep pushing till the future look bright. Let's go. Hands to the sky, voices repeat. Justice ain't given, you earned every seat. From the block to the ballot, from the mic to the street. We ain't leaving till the people complete. The mission, the movement, stand up, the legacy. No fear, we brought the receipts. Don't make eye contact. I move like truth in a crowded room, unnoticed, until it's too late. Snap, snap. File 1, hypocrisy. File 2, rejection. File 3, denial. Let's open the case. Let's open the case. Yeah. Look in the mirror, don't dodge that truth. All that preaching, but your hands stay loose. Talk accountability till it points at you. Then it's silence when the receipts come through. Karma, don't forget no names. Every screenshot still plays the game. You throw dirt, but you stay the same. I just let facts do all the flame. Yeah, I seen the shift when the narrative flip. Same voices loud, but they edited clips. Talking moral high ground with a shaky grip. Why they hide their own past in a broken zip. I don't need opinions, I read between lines. Watch how they switch when the pressure aligns. One day love, next day they sign on a pylon wave just to feel the line. But I came from blocks where the real don't fold, where you stand on truth even when it gets cold. Y'all build on hype, I build on soul. Then watch the whole story unfold. Yeah, I see it. Don't act holy now. Record scratch, click, 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 click. Look in the mirror, don't dodge that truth. All that preaching, but your hands stay loose. Talk accountability till it points at you. Then it's silence when the receipts come through. Karma, don't forget no names. Every screenshot still plays the game. You throw dirt, but you stay the same. I just let facts do all the flame. Now let's talk energy, let's talk intent. How every movement got the angle is spent. One voice sparks it, then the mob gets sent. But nobody asks where the truth really went. Funny how justice only loud when it's safe, but goes real quiet when it's their own case. I don't chase clout, I don't need that space. I let silence expose what they erase. You can't build real off fake outrage. Can't write truth from a scripted page. Karma's patient, don't rush that stage. But when it lands, it clears the cage. File closed. But the mirror still open. Snap.
Hey y'all, what's up? What's up? What's up? It's your girl Golden, and we're back with another live, y'all. We had to come back today and get into some really deep topics here. When it comes to some political things, y'all. So yes, we're gonna have some fun stuff coming up for the rest of the weekend as well. But today we got to get into this, y'all. And this has been one I've been wanting to talk about for a minute that we have on the docket. We'll be getting into that. But yeah, let's go ahead and do our intro. So it is about 11:45 a.m. here in the Carolinas, Eastern Time in the United States. And again, the weather is very, very hot outside, y'all. But it's beautiful and the sun is shining. So you know what that means. I'm in a great mood, y'all. And you know, I have my lovely co-host here with me, Imani. And so we're going to go ahead and start this thing off right. And we may have to get into some housekeeping. So I'm going to go ahead and let Imani come on up and take the stage, y'all. How you doing, girl? How you feeling? How's the weather? What's going on with you? You can unmute.
Hello, sorry. How are you?
I'm good. We having a great day. It's morning still, so it's already starting off well. And you know, the little teeter tot, my little teeter tot, he's going out with his his aunties and his daddy today. So, child, I'm gonna have me some free time, girl. I'm gonna find me something to get into. How about you?
Um, no, I've had a busy day actually. Uh, let's just say it was kind of a legally focused day because I had to meet with some people and take them to a location, so to speak, to view some stuff that's going on. And yeah, so that was a busy morning for me. It's 4:45 now, and I have, yeah, the sun is shining. It's a beautiful day. Um, and so I just come in to join you for this live, and then I'm going out to play later. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of my day. But it's quite late for me because I'm obviously 5 hours ahead. But yeah, I've had a good morning, a busy morning, but a good morning.
That sounds good. Yeah, I know it's always a bit later for you. Yeah, because y'all about 6 hours ahead, about 5, 6 hours ahead of us there. So yeah, so you can be in the evening time, girl, when I be in the morning time. But
Yeah,
yeah, I hope you're
yeah.
having some
It was
fun.
still like a work day for me because yeah, I had to do some kind of administrative stuff and some reporting and meet with some people. So yeah, I had a busy morning, busy morning. But I was up, I'm always up really early anyway. So yeah, it's like I'm winding down for my day, but I'm looking forward to getting this live done. Yeah, had a good day really. And apart from that, um, nothing much to report. Apart from in the housekeeping, probably a couple of things to say. I'm going to read something, but I'm also going to say um, that the saying, if it don't apply, let it fly, is very, very relevant to people who are getting uptight, getting upset about things we may be saying about reporting. Because what happens with a few people that are doing extra stuff behind the scenes is they don't tell people the full, they're not fully transparent with what they're doing. And they have been doing extra stuff behind the scenes that is legally liable and criminal. And all I'm going to say is if you haven't done anything, then you don't have anything to worry about. Because if someone accuses or says something, if I know I'm not involved, I'm not involved. But there are people that are close to people that are involved in stuff and doing extra stuff behind the scenes. And this is why there is reporting. Because I don't report people that call me names on YouTube, but I do report people that intrude and do criminal things that put other third parties who have nothing at all to do with this YouTube beef, they put them on alert and in fear, and they intrude into third parties' lives because they think that's where you're located. And that is all I will say about what's going on. So, all the people who've been doing all the extra stuff, be aware, be on standby. Be on standby for YouTube and be on standby for the authorities. And that's all I got to say about that because they're gaslighting people. They're gaslighting people left and right. And like I said, if it don't apply, let it fly because it doesn't concern you. But there are things that have been happening. There is extra seasoning that's been added and extra things that have been done. And this has been going on a long time. Unfortunately, they picked the wrong people's lives to intrude on, and it has now become very serious. And you will see going forward when people disappear or they're not here on the app or they have legal consequences. And that's all I'm prepared to say until it's time to actually advise people and be transparent about exactly what's been going on. But apart from that, I don't have anything else. So before I do my reading, do you have anything, Golden?
Yeah, I just have a few things that I wanted to talk about in the housekeeping today. We study things very closely, us and others. And I've been noticing that there's been, a lot of chaos happening. But one of the things that really sticks out to me is a lot of these troll and bot accounts that seem to show up in certain places and spaces at really random times when it seems as though they try to get content creators to speak on a certain individual or other content creator. And I've been paying attention to how when these bots and troll accounts pop out, they'll mention things and say certain names. They really don't have much context or really have a relationship or understanding of who that person is, but yet they want that person to be brought up and spoken about. So I would just basically say, y'all, if y'all have not caught on yet, catch some tea. Pay attention to some of the bot and the troll accounts. You'll know the ones that they are. It's very obvious to see. They're very random and they throw names around so they can get the content creator to speak on that said name or engage in a conversation, a fight, an issue, or something with that content creator when literally there's nothing going down between those two content creators. It's all to cause division and it's all to cause chaos and fighting, which is what they want to see. They want to see us fight against each other. They want to see us turn on each other. They want to see the division between us. And so they have to plant these little seeds. And I remember I did do a live on one of my previous channels, and literally I have given these type of entities a name. I call them side chat pyros and pot stirrers, and that is literally what they do. Now, at the time, I thought they were actual people, and there are some actual people that I think are real that do that as well. But there's a lot of bots and troll accounts that have been programmed to do that. Have you been noticing that, Imani?
Oh yeah, that I mean, all this stuff has been picked up. All this stuff is part and parcel of what's being looked into, and it's what's being looked into by YouTube, which hence why some accounts are under review because of the amount of bot accounts they're using. And the thing is, it's not against policy to have trolls and bot accounts, but when you use them to harass, stalk, and intimidate and try and terrorize people on this app, that's when it becomes a problem. Hence why YouTube is doing a big review of subscribers on certain accounts. And there are lists of accounts that are being sent to people to review. Some people are getting them to review, some people are being asked to report because these counts really are under review. And if people think it's a joke, wait and see. But there are lists of accounts that are under review because of the amount of trolls they have. But it's not so much the trolls; it's the behaviours and it's the reports that have been received. And this is why there are accounts under review. So that's why I said if it don't apply, let it fly. If you're a subscriber that goes and just subscribes and listens to content and makes the odd comment, you are fine because you're not a person that's programming trolls to say particular names so that those people get attacked. This is a thing. This is not one thing people will know about me. I'm the last conspiracy theorist that there will ever be. I don't do conspiracy theories. But what I have been good at and what I've always been good at in my day to day job is analysis. And this is what is happening now. And if any of you want to know why a lot of this stuff is going on, what you need to do is go and listen to Kenny Lattimore and Faith Jenkins and their video and their pending suit with a big platform because of some of this stuff. And if you, like I said, that video will say it all, and I'm not really going to say much more. But unfortunately, after a long time of this going on, a lot of this stuff has been caught up, and it involves a lot of scams and other things that are connected to this. But I'm not really going to say that much more. People will see. 2026 is a year where there's going to be zero tolerance because the platforms cannot afford to be tied to some of this stuff, especially when it includes criminality. And that's it, and that's all, and that's what I'm going to say. And I'm not accusing any account in particular of this. All I will say is watch the ride.
Absolutely, Imani. We've been doing some close studying and research to this. And one of the things that I want to say, as far as what you said, that is actually in a certain way not true, is that these things are allowed to be done and they're okay. It's not true. YouTube has a clear zero tolerance, or supposed to have a clear zero tolerance
No, no.
community.
The reason why I said there are things that are allowed, you can have trolls on YouTube. It's what you do with them that's important. If you're using them to attack people, harass, stalk, and do other stuff, defame people, attack channels, that is what the problem is. People are allowed to have troll accounts. That is a fact. That's in YouTube's rules. I'm being serious.
Well, as of updated, there is a zero tolerance community guidelines that have been designed specifically to catch and eliminate channels like these, right? When a channel is caught using or running these type of networks, it faces immediate termination. Now let's talk about the fake engagement policy. YouTube explicitly is supposed to be banning any automated systems or bots used to artificially inflate views, likes, comments, or subscribers. Engagement is only considered legitimate when a real human choice is behind it. Now, we also have the harassment and cyberbullying policy. Trolls often coordinate brigading, which is when an individual or group encourages a crowd or a fleet of bot accounts to flood a creator's comment section or live stream with abuse. YouTube is supposed to strictly prohibit these targets. Prolonged insults, malicious shaming, and incitement to harass. And then we also have the impersonation policy. Many troll bots steal a creator's name, their profile picture, or brand identity to post deceptive comments under videos, often trying to scam viewers or ruin the creator's reputation. YouTube is supposed to ban any of these accounts that copies another channel's look or feel with the intent to mislead. We also have spam and deception rules. Flooding live chats or comment sections with repetitive, templated, or automated text is classified as comment spam and triggers automatic filtering and account bans. So when trolling and botting becomes illegal, there are actual legalities that's in place. So while breaking YouTube's rules gets an account banned from the platform, certain behaviors are also crossing into now criminal and civil law violations. Let's talk about criminal harassment and stalking. In the United States, if coordinated trolling or bot behavior involves credible threats, sustained intimidation, or stalking an individual across the internet to cause severe emotional distress, it violates federal and state cyber stalking laws. Doxing, you already know there's a lot of that happening. Sharing private information. Under YouTube's harassment policies and various state privacy laws, sharing non-public, personal, identifiable information, which is PII, such as someone's home address, private phone number, personal email, or financial details, to direct abuse traffic towards them is illegal. Defamation and deceptive trade practices. When troll accounts spread deliberate, malicious lies about an individual or a business to damage their reputation or livelihood, They can be sued in civil court for defamation. Furthermore, using bots to intentionally damage a content creator's digital brand or manipulate business metrics can count as tortious interference or deceptive business practices. Computer fraud and abuse. On a technical level, creating mass bot networks to systemically manipulate platforms or bypass security filters can violate the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, the CFAA, as it involves unauthorized access to computer systems to execute automated scripts. So, I just wanted to break down a little bit of that real quick, because yeah, we peep game and we see what's going on. And like I've said before, and I will continue to say, we are very intellectual over here. We're very smart. We pay attention to a lot that happens, and we know that a lot of people are moving and shaking in the dust.
Sorry
But
about that.
if you
I
are
didn't
doing
realize
things
where
that
you were
are,
going.
go ahead.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize where you were going with that argument. Yeah, Golden's quite right. And we're not the only people who've peeped this game. There are a lot of people that have already peeped this game. We're not the only intellectuals out there. A lot of people see it and they may not know it. And a lot of people are snitching on it. And you guys may not know it. That's unfortunate because that's what happens when people realize the jig is up.
Right, the jig is up. So that is literally all I had to insert and add to housekeeping. I don't have anything more. Did you want to start off? Did you have a message to share before we start, or you want to go ahead and get into the politics with purpose?
Yeah, I'll do the message. I'll do the message before we start because we like to start on a good note. I mean, the like I said with the housekeeping, if it doesn't apply to you, you don't have to worry about it. If it does, you do, and you need to get a lawyer. But that's about it. But really, today's opening message is called "The Burden We Were Never Meant to Carry." Um, Before we jump into the politics, the economics, the headlines, and the chaos of another week, I want to start something a little different because I think many of us are tired, not just physically tired, not just tired from work, not just tired from trying to make ends meet, but soul tired. And sometimes the heaviest burden we carry isn't grief, it isn't responsibility, it isn't even hardship. Sometimes it's expectation. We expect people to love us the way we love them. We expect loyalty to last forever. We expect hard work to always be rewarded. We expect our sacrifices to be recognized. We expect justice to come quickly. And we expect politicians to tell the truth. We expect life to unfold according to the plans we've carefully written in the quiet corners of our minds. And when reality doesn't match the script, something inside us begins to ache. How many of us have said, I'll be happy when? I'll be happy when I get the promotion. I'll be happy when I find the right relationship. I'll be happy when they apologize. I'll be happy when the bills are paid. I'll be happy when the children are grown. I'll be happy when the election is over. I'll be happy when the economy improves. But what if peace isn't waiting at the end of perfect circumstances? What if peace isn't a reward for finally controlling everything? What if peace is available now? There's a difference between hope and attachment. Hope says, I desire good things. Attachment says, I demand that life unfold exactly the way I imagined. Hope keeps your heart open. Attachment closes your fist. And a clenched fist can only hold, an open hand can receive. We live in a world obsessed with certainty. We want guarantees, we want 5-step plans, we want to know exactly how things are going to work out. But politics teaches us uncertainty. Economics teaches us uncertainty. Life teaches us uncertainty. One election can change everything. One illness can change everything. One opportunity changes everything. One conversation changes everything. One phone call can change everything. And perhaps the true strength isn't found in controlling every outcome. Perhaps true strength is found in remaining steady when outcomes refuse to be controlled. How many of us do that? We give love and secretly expect permanence. We offer kindness and secretly expect gratitude. We support people and secretly expect loyalty. Then we become wounded when people fail to honor agreements that were never spoken aloud. The heart suffers when expectations become guarantees. And perhaps the older we get, the more we realize some people stay, some people leave, some people understand us, some people never will. Our peace cannot depend on any of those outcomes. And this applies to politics too, because if we expect politicians to save us completely, we will always be disappointed. If we expect governments to solve every problem overnight, we will always be frustrated. If we expect one party to be perfect and the other to be evil, we'll stop listening, we'll stop learning, we'll stop seeing each other's humanity. And maybe that's why we're so divided sometimes. We've confused certainty with wisdom, being loud with being right, winning arguments with understanding. So let's think about gratitude, not toxic positivity, not pretending pain doesn't exist, not ignoring injustice, but recognizing that sorrow and gratitude can exist together. You can be grieving and be grateful. You can be struggling financially and grateful. You can be disappointed and still grateful. You can acknowledge what is wrong without becoming blind to what is right, because expectations focus on what is missing. Gratitude notices what remains. We're living through uncertain times, wars overseas, political division, economic pressures, migration debates, cost of living crises. Fear spreads faster than facts. Outrage travels quicker than compassion. Algorithms reward anger, and yet every day ordinary people still wake up, they make breakfast, they go to work, they care for aging parents, they raise children, they check on neighbors, they volunteer, they laugh, they pray, they hope. Humanity continues. The strongest people are not those who control every outcome. The strongest people are those who remain steady when outcomes refuse to be controlled. That's resilience, not pretending everything is fine, not becoming bitter, but refusing to surrender your joy to circumstances you cannot control. An open heart and an open mind are not weaknesses. The world teaches us to build armor, to close ourselves off, to trust no one, to harden. But armor protects us from pain, while also protecting us from love, from connection, from understanding, from growth. An open heart doesn't mean being naive. An open mind doesn't mean abandoning principles. It means remaining curious, remaining compassionate, remaining teachable, remaining human. So as we discuss politics and economics today, let's do it differently. Let's disagree sometimes without dehumanizing. Let's challenge ideas without destroying people. Let's seek understanding before outrage. Let's stay informed without being consumed. Let's remember that behind every headline are human beings, families, dreams, fears, hopes, because life was never meant to be perfect. It was meant to be experienced. It was meant to teach us, to humble us, to stretch us, to soften us, to strengthen us. And maybe, just maybe, peace isn't waiting somewhere in the future. Maybe peace begins the moment we loosen our grip on what must happen and realize who must stay and trust that life can still be beautiful even when it surprises us. So take a deep breath, put down the stones you've been carrying, release the invisible contracts, choose gratitude over comparison, curiosity over certainty, compassion over cynicism, hope over fear. And let's walk through these headlines together because this just isn't politics with purpose, it's people with purpose. We'll keep learning, we'll keep growing, we'll keep loving, and we'll keep showing up. And that is how I want to start the message because we have said everything we need to on the housekeeping.
Thank you so much for that, Imani. That was wonderfully done. I love how you speak and you bring things to the forefront for us to be able to hear. And yes, we do have to tap into a few political things, but these are politics with purpose because we understand. Yes, I am from the US, Imani's from the UK, and there's many out there that may be from other places all over the globe. And we do see a lot of what is happening within the United States politics, but there's a lot happening globally and worldwide as well. And so we want to put our focus on all of these things because all of us are, as people, are going through something. And so we'll go ahead and do a quick little video, not necessarily a video, but a slideshow, and talk about some of the politics that have been happening. And this is just within the week, y'all, globally, not just here in the US, but globally. And then after that, we're going to get into some deep topics and talk about a few other things as well. So after we, excuse me, I'll finish our political lineup, okay? We'll be diving deep into the anti-immigrant riots that are shutting down Belfast and how the internet's richest elite are fueling the fire, allegedly. Then we'll look at two massive polarizing legal battles hitting the Black community: the heavy 35-year sentence of 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony in Texas, and the shocking not guilty verdict for a store owner, Rick Chow, in the pow-powing and unaliving of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack-Belton. And then finally, we'll be addressing the online news from bad faith boycotts to divisive rhetoric meant to pit communities against each other. It's time to separate the fear from the facts, and we'll get into all of that. But first, we will start off with our our politics for purpose. So I'm going to go ahead and read through a few things, and then Imani will review a few things. And then we'll get into, of course, we have videos and news reports to bring y'all so we can watch together and have conversation in between y'all. So as you can see here, we have politics with purpose, weekly news and economics roundup. Let's get into it. So first, we start with our global news roundup. This is a fast-paced journey across the continents, exploring the major political headlines, local anxieties, and grassroots perspectives. So, number one, excuse me, y'all. North America and Canada, local pressure and anxieties. High cumulative living costs continuing to stretch families with rising child. Look, this too small. Let me not even pretend. Okay, let me see if I can make this big real quick. Hey, child, I cannot see that. That is too small for me. I ain't even gonna lie to
Do
y'all.
you want me to
Let me
do
get.
the North America?
Yeah, you could do that. But let's see. There we go. This is better. All right, this is better. It's bigger. I was trying
Okay.
to act like I could read it and I was still in my youth, but I'm not. So, okay. You could go ahead and start with this one, girl. Let me go ahead and mute up.
I don't know if I'm reading from the slide. I'm just reading from my notes. When we go to US, North America, in the politics, America remains deeply divided politically. The major debates include immigration and border security, government spending, crime and policing, healthcare affordability, foreign policy, the balance between national security and civil liberties. While politicians argue most Americans simply want safer communities, affordable living, decent schools, access to healthcare, and opportunities for their children. When it comes to the economy, although inflation has eased compared with previous years, many Americans are still feeling financially stretched. People continue struggling with rising rents, expensive groceries, healthcare costs, and childcare expenses. Consumer confidence has improved slightly. People are cautiously hopeful, but they're still checking their bank accounts before filling up their trolleys. Then we have Canada. Am I on track with, because I can't see what you've got in front of you, or am I out of whack?
No, you're on track. You're fine.
Right. Then we have Canada. In the politics, Canada continues wrestling with immigration growth and infrastructure pressures. The question Canadians are asking is, can we grow without leaving people behind? When it comes to the economy, housing remains one of the country's biggest issues. Young adults increasingly wonder whether home ownership is realistic. Meanwhile, population growth boosts the economy, but also places pressure on public services. In layman's terms, Canada wants to remain welcoming while making sure life stays affordable. Um, where are we next? The United Kingdom? Yeah?
Absolutely. United Kingdom and Europe.
Right. In the United Kingdom, when it comes to politics, the government continues facing pressure over NHS, that's our National Health Service, waiting times, defence spending, immigration, and sorry, I got Dame Dash's teeth in today. Economic growth and
Go.
public services. When it comes to the economy, families continue dealing with expensive food shops, high utility bills, and mortgage pressures. Economic growth remains sluggish. Britain is trying to recover financially while households are still feeling the squeeze. Now, when we come to Europe, in the politics, European governments continue balancing national security, migration, climate targets, and social spending. Many countries are facing increasing support for populist parties as voters express frustration over living costs. When it comes to the economy, Europe's biggest concern remains growth without triggering inflation. Interest rates remain relatively high. Businesses want certainty, families want relief. Europe is trying to keep people secure without bankrupting itself. Do you want to? Are you okay to do Africa, or do you want me to continue? Oh,
Well, we had
sorry.
a little bit of the UK and Ireland coming up next, focusing heavily on connected migration policies, local unrest, and the deeper anxieties driving the public opinion. So, you want me to go ahead and touch on a little bit of what's going on in
Yeah,
the
you
UK?
do that. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm basically just going from the slides here, y'all. Uh, so as you can see on the screen here, we basically have Belfast riots, which we'll be seeing some imagery of that, which is super terrible, super terrible. I cannot express to you enough how, things is happening globally and things that I'm seeing that's coming through my timeline really break my heart. But anyway, June 2026, the tensions are rising. We have a tragic pokey attack in North Belfast that sparked a violent anti-immigrant unrest, leading to displacement and torched homes. And when I say torched homes, y'all, We're talking about torched communities. Concurrently, massive anti racism demonstrations marched in North Ireland, declaring no to thuggery and racism in solidarity. But you got to see it to believe it. We also have over here a little bit of Irish policy reforms, new international protection acts. Ireland faces a severe domestic housing shortage, leading citizens to question immigration intake capacities, with data suggesting up to 90% of applicants enter via Northern Ireland. Pressure is mounting for Dublin London coordination. Moving on from that, y'all, we have a quick breakdown here of the local economic squeezes. Just as we talked about, you can see a little bit on the screen what we have. So the regions and the countries, the core economic obstacles, the recent catalyst of 2026, and the impact on daily life. When it comes to the United Kingdom, there is persistent inflation pressure. When it comes to the recent catalyst in 2026, uncertain Bank of England rate cuts. When it comes to the impact of daily life, stretched household budgets and high mortgages. When we go over to Ireland, what are they dealing with right now? Well, there's a lot of core economic obstacles as well, such as severe housing and fuel crisis, recent catalysts, Middle East fuel shock blockades since April of 2026, and the impact on daily life, public frustration and critical fuel bottlenecks. And here, where I reside in the United States, we have core economic obstacles such as stagnant wage purchasing power and the recent catalyst, sustained prices for everyday basics, and the impact on daily life. Highly cautious discretionary, I'm sorry, child, discretionary consumer spending, right? So let's move on. Now we
Sorry,
have to
can I
do,
just cut you for a second there? I
sure.
just need to explain. The Northern Ireland is a part of the UK. The Republic of Ireland is a part of the EU. They are two separate places. We have to be clear that the riots were in Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, and not in the Republic of Ireland, which is not a part of the UK. It's very, very important to make that distinction because the Republic of Ireland, even though it's just next door to Northern Ireland, is not a part of the UK. It's a part of the EU.
Thank you so much for that, Imani. That's really appreciated. And that's one of the things that, I really think is important, when it comes to a lot of the history, when it comes to the politics that are happening in, countries and areas all around us. Sometimes it's very hard, right, to bring the, let's just say, the severity and the importance of what is happening to the forefront when you don't necessarily reside in the area. But we do the best that we can as far as research and information to bring true factual information and shine the light on how many other people in other countries are struggling as well. It would be great if we had our other brothers and sisters that would be out here telling us exactly from their perspective because they reside in that area. And that could be something they could speak on. But sometimes we have to do it because it's not about shade or anything like that. It's about the importance of understanding humanity. And when it comes to humanity, so many people are suffering and going through so many things globally on the broad spectrum of the world. And I think those conversations and those struggles and what is happening with them deserves to have a light shine on it. And so that's just what we like to come and do. Talk about things that is happening with all of our brothers and sisters all over this big, beautiful globe. Because it's not just one group, one state, one country that's suffering or going through something. We all are going through our own things in a different way. And we just try to bring that and, present that in the most professional way as possible. Of course, with the facts and, the real evidence and truth of what's happening. So, I thought that would be important to do, Imani. But as we move forward, is there any more you want to add into our previous slide here when it comes to the United Kingdom, Ireland, and the United States? Or would you like to move forward to the diaspora and talk about some of what's happening over in Africa?
Yeah, no, I'd just like to say that even though there were riots in Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, the people that are anti this hate came out today and they marched. And this is what happens when people stand together and say no to some of the agitators that are trying to create the impression that, everybody hates everybody. There is an anti-fascism and anti-hate march today in Northern Ireland, and they're saying no, no to the thuggery, no to the hate. No, that's not what we want. But people also have to understand, and when people are under pressure in their pockets and they're suffering, they look for someone to blame. One person committed a heinous act that does not reflect on every immigrant that is there. And people, the real humanitarians understand that. It's just to say, in case people are misguided and misunderstood what is going on. This is about Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, and not the Republic of Ireland, where Dublin is, which is not part of the UK, it's part of the EU. But people need to understand, because otherwise people just think people just hate immigrants everywhere, and people don't. There's a lot of agitators that would like people to think that there is a lot of hate out there, and there isn't. And really, we just wanted to tell you this is what's going on. It's Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK. And, there are various agitators, as we will show in the video a bit later. But I'm going to move on to the other parts of the world and continents. So in Africa, the politics are as such. It's an enormous continent of enormous potential and enormous challenges, and many countries are strengthening democratic institutions. However, the challenges that still remain are corruption, security concerns, and political instability in some regions. Um, young, the young people in Africa are continually and increasingly demanding accountability. Uh, when it comes to the economy, Africa possesses huge mineral wealth, a booming technology sector, and one of the youngest populations on earth. But the challenges are that there's youth unemployment, debt burdens, and inflation. That's a key word. Um, Africa's isn't the future, it's happening now. The question is, who benefits from its growth? Then we move on to the Caribbean. In the politics, the Caribbean continues focusing on crime reduction, tourism recovery. Obviously, there have been a few tornadoes and storms there, climate resilience, and economic diversification. Some of the small island nations face enormous pressures despite contributing very little to global emissions. When it comes to the economy in the Caribbean, tourism remains king. However, the governments are investing in renewable energy, agriculture, financial services, and technology. One major hurricane can undo years of economic progress. So the Caribbean wants economies that survive even when tourists stop coming. Then in Latin America, we've got the politics. Across Latin America, voters continue demanding better security, less corruption, greater opportunities. Political divisions remain intense. The region is rich in agriculture, oil, minerals, and human talent, yet inequality remains high. People aren't asking for miracles, they just want governments that work. Now, when we come to Asia, in the politics, Asia remains one of the most dynamic regions in the world. And the key issues include territorial disputes, trade relationships, and technological competition and the regional influence. When it comes to the economy, Asia drives much of the world's manufacturing. China, India, Japan, and Southeast Asia help to shape the global supply chains, the technology, and the innovation. If Asia sneezes economically, the rest of the world is going to catch a cold. Now, the Middle East is the story that everyone is watching. This is the most important story globally right now. Obviously, in the politics, the tensions across the Middle East remain extremely high. The region is navigating multiple overlapping conflicts involving obviously Israel and Gaza, Iran and Israel, proxy groups across the region. Obviously, there's security concerns and many international diplomatic efforts going on. And many people fear that a direct confrontation involving Iran could pull neighboring countries into a wider conflict. Now, why does this matter? Because the Middle East is sitting at a crossroads of energy markets, global shipping routes, and international security. And as for the economy, if the tensions escalate, if oil prices will often rise. And when oil rises, petrol prices increase, food transportation costs rise, airline tickets become more expensive, business um, businesses pass on those costs to their customers, to their consumers. This means that a family buying groceries in, say, Birmingham in the UK, a taxi driver in Jamaica, a teacher in Kenya, or a nurse in Australia can all end up paying more because of instability thousands of miles away. The human cost. It's important not to lose sight of the people behind the headlines. Behind every one of these political debates are parents trying to protect children, families displaced by conflict, ordinary citizens hoping for peace, families losing their loved ones in war, soldiers dying, civilians dying. This is all a cost. And regardless of anyone's political position, any innocent civilians and families often pay the highest price. So when the Middle East catches fire, the whole world is feeling the heat. And last but not least, but Oceania, the politics. Australia continues focusing on the cost of living pressures, housing shortages, and climate adaptation. The Pacific Island nations increasingly raise the alarm over rising sea levels. And when it comes to the economy, Australia benefits from mining, trade, and natural resources, and the Pacific nations remain vulnerable to climate change. One region, in layman's terms, one region exports wealth and the other fights to preserve its future. So the global themes to watch: no matter where you live, there are big conversations in artificial intelligence, inflation, housing affordability, food security, climate resilience, healthcare access, migration, the future of work. These challenges do not respect borders. The news often shows the worst of humanity, the wars, the arguments, the fear. But here's what Politics with Purpose wants you to remember. Most people across this planet want exactly the same things. You know, a mother in Barbados, a father in Nigeria, a student in India, a farmer in the US, a shopkeeper in Jordan, a teacher in Japan. They want peace. They want opportunity. They want safety. They want affordable living. They want a better future for their children. Politics isn't just politicians. Economics isn't just numbers. It's people, ordinary people trying to build extraordinary lives. So, once again, we just say stay informed, ask questions, vote wisely, challenge misinformation, help your neighbour, support your local community, dream bigger than today's headline, because governments, they always rise and fall. Economies boom and bust, markets crash and bust, and then recover. But compassion, resilience, and hope remain humanity's greatest assets. And that's what we need to remember. And that's all I've got.
Excellent work, Imani. Thank you so much for reading through all of that, girl. You've seen it better than I could. But we did look into a lot of these topics and have talked about this when it comes to, how the globe is being affected and has been affected by a lot of, the governmental structures and changes that we have seen as of recently. So it is not just about the United States. It is about people that are going through things worldwide, and this is what we have to remember when we connect with people on this big, beautiful globe and internet, that we all come from different areas. We all have our own struggles and fears. And honestly, a lot of them sometimes are more similar than different, because this world isn't held together by politicians or markets alone. It's held together by a single day, by every single day, and ordinary people choosing to keep loving and building and believing. And that is what it is about, y'all. This is what we strive for. This is what we want. We do have some resources here, and this will be on the live if y'all want to check into where we have got our information from. And you see that we have posted up, and I'll post up again our disclaimer. These reports that have been playing and read to you are derived from public or historical records, and independent verification is advised. And you can feel free to do your own research. And of course, if you from that area, you from that country, then you already know. But we just want to go ahead and bring a little bit of that forward. Go ahead, Imani.
I think Maggie wants to come up.
I know. I seen in the comments. I was asking her if she wanted to come up because we was in the middle of some of the things that may not be most entertaining. But we talking about politics on this live, so I didn't know if she had something she wanted to add to that when it comes to politics, and especially in Canada. It's great to be able to talk to people who come from the area so they can speak about their experiences and what is happening there, directly, because they would have the most genuine information because they live it, they see it, they know it. But I don't know if she's still here. I didn't want her to think that we were ignoring her. We were just trying to get through that presentation. But yeah, Maggie, if you're still here, I sent you the link. Check your email, and then you can go ahead and come on up. You're always welcome over here. Of course, child, what you mean? Of course, you're welcome over here. So, if you want to come and join us, Maggie, just check your email for the link. Okay, that's all. I have to move a little bit differently in a certain type of way now because things that have transpired. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. Y'all, my son getting ready to go with his papa. So let me go ahead and take a quick song break. If y'all can rock with me and roll with me, I promise we will be right back. And after we get back, we're going to get into a few more topics. And probably the way y'all like it better, we have some videos that we'll bring to the screen to show y'all and have a conversation about some of these things that have been transpiring in the political space. And there's one that's my favorite that we're really going to get into and talk about, because I know it is a mixed topic. So we have people that's 50% one way and 50% the other way. But I think it's important to talk about because we can get to the root of sometimes how we see things differently, and maybe make some neutral or middle ground with that conversation, y'all. So yeah, Maggie, you're always welcome. Of course you're welcome. What you mean, girl? That's my cousin. That's my YouTube cousin. So she's always welcome. But I think she left. But if she come back, she can come back up. We just wanted to get through that presentation real quick. Let's take this quick song break, y'all. I'm gonna get my son packed up and we'll be right back.
A roof above, a shelter from the storm, a gentle hand to keep a spirit warm, a plate of food, a mind that's free to learn, a simple peace, a righteous wage to earn. These are the needs, the bedrock and the base, the sacred ground of the whole human race. But the screaming and selling something cheap, while the real world babies cry themselves to sleep. We are human, blood and bone and soul, with a right to be loved, a right to be made whole. This is our story, this is our sacred song. In the eyes of the Creator is where we all belong. We are human, worth more than they can price, beyond the hate purposes and the loaded dice. We're human, worth more than they can price, beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded dice. They're painting pictures, twisted and real, teaching our children how they ought to feel. Their values in the label on your shoes, or the filtered life you desperately choose. They magnify the hate, they celebrate the greed, and plant a poison, a suffocating weed. We gotta reach our children, pull them from the glow, and show them a beauty that the media don't know. Yo, check the vision, the mission of the television, spitting division, a mental prison. Got you chasing likes, addicted to the feed, ignoring the hunger, the fundamental need. They building paper idols on a digital stage, putting our future daughters in a virtual cage. Now we gotta break the cycle, gotta cut the cord. The real word is powerful, mightier than a sword. So we teach them about their history, teach them about their grace, teach them about the power in every single face. We are human, blood and bone and soul, with a right to be loved, a right to be made whole. This is our story, this is our sacred song. In the eyes of the Creator is where we all belong. We are human, worth more than they can price, beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded dice. Human, worth more than they can price, beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded dice. We will build a world where every voice is heard and valued. Yeah. And truth is not a whisper, but a mighty, thundering word. A word of justice, a word of peace, a promise that the fight will never cease. This ain't just a track, this a call to action for every mother, father, every single fraction of the community holding it down on the ground. Time to get loud, make a revolutionary sound. Look your child in the eye, tell them that they matter, tell them their spirit's something that no lie can shatter. Tell them knowledge is the weapon, love is the shield, and the truth is the harvest we gonna grow in this field. Yeah! We are human! Yes, we are! Teach the children, near and far. Let them know their sacred work. Fight for every single soul on this a right to live, a gift to get.
All right, y'all, we are back. Thank you so much for rocking with me that quick song break. And yes, we did a little bit of, some global history stuff. As far as letting y'all know what is going on worldwide, a little bit to the best of our ability. Being where we are from, me being from the United States, Imani being from the United Kingdom. I think that is so beautiful. That's the best part of being on social media. But we try to do our research and make sure we have the actual facts to bring to you guys before we talk about that. Because if you don't live there and experience the things, then you really don't know. But there are a lot of things that are happening and struggles that are happening with other people across the globe. And I think that we need to shine a light on those things as well because it's equally as important. All right, y'all. So we are going to be moving forward with the content and we're going to get into the regular scheduled program.
Can
Yes,
I
Iman.
can I just do something a little bit light-hearted? The World Cup has started, and I just want to do a daily thing where I give the results. On the 11th, which was Thursday when it started, Mexico beat South Africa 2-0. Then South Korea beat the Czech Republic 2-1. Canada and Bosnia Herzegovina drew 1-1. That was yesterday. And today, the US, the United States, beat Paraguay 4-1 in Group D. We have two more matches that are due today at, I think, 5 o'clock. No, not 5 o'clock, 3 o'clock your time. You will have Qatar versus Switzerland. And then at 6 o'clock your time, Brazil takes on Morocco. And that's the football or soccer update for today for the World Cup. There you go. You're going to get that daily because I love football or soccer, as it's called. Okay.
Uh, Yes, I love that. That's so cute. And we could keep incorporating that in when we talk about the updates of what is going on. Because, child, it's a lot of people that is into their sports out here and they are watching and they're paying attention. And we can come in and just give our commentary and a little bit of information about what is happening with the World Cup. So, shout out to the World Cup. If y'all watching the World Cup, I don't watch it, but Imani does. And we will go ahead and tap into some of that information as well. But it is fun to watch, though. I mean, I have watched it before. I'm just not really a sports person, but I know people love their sports out there. So we'll keep y'all entertained and give y'all some updates
What
on
do you
different
mean?
things.
What do you mean you're not a sports person? You know how to run your mouth when you're ready.
Run your mouth. I know. I was a runner. I ran track and I played softball. So I did play sports, but as far as like watching, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It just really depends. Lately, I've been watching a lot of crime shows. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, y'all, let's move on forward and get into some of our regular type of content. We did want to come and present to y'all a little bit of information of what's going on globally, right? Because everybody is going through something. And, it is very fair for us to shine the light and speak about and have empathy and understanding that is not just you in your bubble and your struggle and your situation that's going through something. Everybody is, and everybody is affected, unfortunately, with a lot of the things that's going on politically and within the government structure that we have right now in the United States. It is also affecting other individuals in other countries, and other countries have also been struggling under their leadership, allegedly. But we see enough of the proof to know. So we hope and we pray that at some point all of this can change and be better for all of us as a human race and a group. But let's move a little bit forward, y'all. So let's get into our first video that we're going to play, okay?
Police in Northern Ireland have vowed to crack down on any further trouble after 2 nights of unrest triggered by a brutal stabbing in Belfast on Monday. 12 police officers were injured in the violence last night, 16 people were arrested and 2 have been charged. Officers used water cannon and plastic bullets to control the crowds. Well, Clive Murray was there as it unfolded and joins us from Belfast. Clive.
Yeah, hi there, Sophie. We're in Glengormley, which is just north of Belfast, where the rioting last night was horrific. Masked men, they dug up paving stones, they grabbed bricks, they threw them at the police, and they also threw petrol bombs, which destroyed a lot of property. Look at this house here now. And it was only water cannon that ended up pushing back the rioters and quelling the situation down a little bit. Now, businesses and schools, they had to close early today. Bus services ended at around 5:30 this afternoon, and train services stopped at around 8 o'clock, all in anticipation of more violence tonight. But thankfully, it seems things are pretty quiet so far. Here's Sarah Gervin.
Another night of violence on the streets of Northern Ireland, this time north of Belfast. Residents could only watch on as masked men, riot police and water cannon raced past their homes.
Oh my God, there's a whole riot going on right outside my house.
Unbelievable, it's like a war zone. That van there behind you crashed into my property, was set alight. I was just completely stressed. With that, I thought it was going to explode.
Video footage shows that many of those involved in the violence are young men. But who's organising it?
What we have seen is significant coordination from online social media activity, some from people within Northern Ireland and some from outside of Northern Ireland, outside the island of Ireland, generating that activity. That momentum, that drive, that toxicity is what's bringing people out onto the streets. It needs to stop.
As the violence continues, so does the fear among Northern Ireland's minority communities.
Evacuated so many families from their homes and secured safe accommodations for them. And I have seen the women and kids terrified and in shock. Everyone is terrified. We are keeping our kids at home. I haven't sent my kids to school since it happened.
At this school in Belfast, that fear is clear to see.
Looking at our registration numbers for today alone, we've just under half of our school population not in school today. And looking at who those children are, they are predominantly children from newcomer families. So we have had a number of phone calls from parents saying that they're just too scared to leave the house.
Police have promised a robust response to any further unrest with water cannon, extra officers and dogs deployed. It's hoped this will help deter those behind this week's violence scenes from even further destruction. Sarah Gervin, BBC News in Belfast.
Well, the riots in recent days, on the face of it, they've been about immigration, and yet just 3.4% of the population of Northern Ireland actually come from ethnic minority groups. As I've been finding out, so much of what has taken place over the last 3 or 4 days is rooted in ideas of the past.
In Belfast, there are echoes of the past in the present.
Years ago, we went through it, the troubles, and these guys are coming in now, and they're taking over.
The new battleground. Immigration.
It's frightening. I really do think it's frightening, especially knowing that there's people in their homes frightened and afraid to come out because of the colour maybe of their skin.
A divided city on so many things. Now seemingly at odds on one of the major issues of our time. There is a hard truth about the violence of recent days here. It's all taken place in predominantly loyalist areas. 2 nights ago, cars burned in McMaster Street.
Apparently, it's a couple of Roma families that live in these properties that were attacked. And the guy next door was eating his dinner. He heard an almighty explosion, and it was a vehicle on that side of the street that was being set on fire. He rushed out and everything was in flames. God knows when the families will be able to return to this area, if they ever do.
It's just maddening.
This is Loyalist East Belfast. This man wouldn't tell me his name.
Were you worried here in your own home?
No, because I know it wasn't for us. It's for what's going on in this country. And I don't blame the thing. I blame the government.
But it was right on your doorstep.
I know it was.
You don't blame the people who were doing that, setting fires to houses and things?
No.
Don't blame them at all.
Years ago, we went through it, the Troubles. We went through it. I'm 68, coming 69. We went through it all. So we did. And these guys are coming in now, and they're taking over.
East Belfast has become a name associated with violence.
This is a community that during decades of violence between loyalists and Republicans fought for its identity.
And between both of those and the soldiers who've become...
It's a poor area and competition for housing and jobs is fierce. Mass migration is now the perceived threat. In the shadow of Stormont,
well, they're gathering just up the hill there,
where a peaceful protest was planned. One loyalist activist denies this is all about bigotry.
A couple of nights ago, this is how it started.
Wasn't some of what we saw just down to pure racism? Some of those people on the streets, they just don't like brown people, black people, whatever.
No, I don't think so, and I would reject that characterization of it, because these issues are more about the social conduct and behaviour of foreign ideologies which come here with social values and practices. That doesn't feel like your community, and for people in Northern Ireland, they've never experienced that before. That feels, and I don't use this in a pejorative way, but that feels alien to them.
And yet, in the Short Strand area of East Belfast, cheek by jowl with the loyalist community, is a small nationalist enclave where immigration appears to be less of a concern.
26 years.
26 years. You've seen a lot in that time.
Oh, yes, I have seen a lot.
This woman has worked here for more than 2 decades. She didn't want to give me her name.
Echoes of 69.
Yes, that's because in 1869, Protestants burnt the Catholics out of Bondi Street.
Yeah.
And left the homeless. So the same thing is happening now today with the immigrant families.
Good morning, how are you? How's things?
One shopper asked me how I felt about visiting loyalist areas.
You asked me about how I was.
Yeah, because if you don't mind me asking, because you're a person of colour. So I was just wondering, how do you feel? Do you feel safe?
I do, actually.
Both communities can point to the troubles of the past as justification for their opinions on immigration today. The echoes of a bloody history live on. Clive Myrie, BBC News in East Belfast.
All right, y'all. So we are back. That was just a quick little video that I wanted to show y'all about some of the things that are happening in Northern Ireland, the Belfast riots and the anti-racism pushback. So police vow robust response to Northern Ireland riots. Thousands gathered in Belfast for anti-racism rally. However, a horrific knife. Excuse me. You ready to go? Okay. You can go.
No, sorry, that wasn't. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was ready to go. Okay. So, however, there has been violence happening. So, a horrific knife fight allegedly involving a 30-year-old Sudanese refugee left a man severely injured in Belfast. Almost immediately, coordinated far-right elements used local WhatsApp groups and social media to launch violent anti-immigrant riots, such as torching cars, attacking public transport, and forcing immigrant families out of their homes. and there was footage of those homes being set ablaze. So, what is the pushback? The beautiful part of the mainstream media won't lead with. Thousands of everyday people took to the streets of Belfast and massive anti-racism rallies, standing shoulder to shoulder to declare no to racism. Now, in layman's terms, agitators are using a single isolated criminal act to terrorize an entire community. But the real heartbeat of Belfast showed up in the thousands of ordinary citizens standing as humans and shields for their neighbors. So, Imani, I know you have a few things that you want to add in on this because you've been following this very closely. But, I think this is very tragic. But we see these things happening across the globe. What are your thoughts and feelings and opinions and some of the things that you've been paying attention to when it comes to this story?
It is tragic, but it also shows how people can unify against hate. And what people need to understand in all these things, because we had riots Northern Ireland is part of the UK. People need to understand, and I'll say it again, there is the Republic of Ireland and there's Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom. Excuse me, the Republic of Ireland that has its own government is in the EU. Two different places. Dublin is in the Republic of Ireland, completely different place. This is not where that's happening. But what I think is key that people must understand, and people must understand this is even happening in the States. We saw it in Minnesota. We saw it, only difference is people in the US have a badge and a pow-pow, and they're allowed to do this stuff. What has happened that shows the strength and the character of people is that they're saying no to hate. There are agitators, and within every one of these agitations, allegedly, you will see someone called Stephen Yexley, who is Tommy Robertson, and somewhere in there, Space Karen, our good old Elon Musk, seems to have got involved as well. These people are determined to drive the hate train and any point where they see unrest, and they not understanding that when it comes to people's personal, this is an attack on the economy, just like in other places. People are suffering, people are losing jobs, and they look for someone to blame. And the easiest people to blame are the refugees, are the migrants. And let's be clear, the person that did this heinous crime is a criminal. He almost unalived someone. It was horrible, it was heinous, but it does not reflect on every immigrant or every refugee or every foreigner that comes into the country. And what I think we must do is just recognize the agitators. It's what they want. And what I thought was really good, I don't know if you have any footage, was the picture of the march of people standing together and saying no to racism, no to hate, no to the thuggery, because it's very easy to whip up a crowd of young people who have nothing to do. But it's very hard to rock people's principles if they don't believe in hate. So this is, we wanted to, obviously we show stuff that's going on around the world, and this is it's not on my doorstep, but it is in the UK, the United Kingdom, because Northern Ireland's government is our government. The Republic of Ireland has its own government. They're two separate places. And if you look at a map, you will see that Northern Ireland is right next to the Republic of Ireland, but there's a border between them. And I just think, we got to keep saying no to this hate. It's a minority, it's a minority. Doesn't take much to whip them up. Normally, a packet of potato chips and a beer, that helps them. But, they're not a reflection of the Irish people. They're not a reflection of most of the people in the United Kingdom. These are hard times for everybody. And that's really all I've got to say about it.
Thank you so much for that, Imani, and also being able to educate us and break down the fact that there is a separation and divide as far as when it comes to, you know, the structure of countries when it comes to Northern Ireland and parts that are connected to the UK, which you know a lot about. So you have a lot of information when it comes to this history that people may not know when it comes to geography. Let's just say that. But yes, absolutely. When it comes to the humanity, right? You know, I can speak about that really well. When it comes to the humanity and the fairness and the treatment of people, these are things that we are starting to see is not just isolated. A lot of things are happening globally, worldwide, and we like to come and bring that information as well because we understand that we all are brothers and sisters, no matter where we reside in this big, beautiful globe. And I like what you said, and I do have some footage because I know you were asking if we had some pictures and some footage. We have some footage of individuals that standing up against this and saying this is not right and we will not tolerate it. And they take it to the streets and protest, just like we see many protests happening here in the United States. People are protesting all over the big, beautiful globe because they have the integrity and they have the morality to say this is right and this is wrong. We won't stand for it. We don't agree with it. And we will speak out and use our voices as power to do so. So the next video I'm going to show y'all is exactly that, right? So after we've seen what happened, now let's watch the people come together when it comes to what is right and what is wrong, and standing up and marching and protesting and speaking up and saying that no, this is not right, and we will march and fight against it. And that sometimes is the level of energy that it takes. That is called activism. And now we see we need it more than ever. So let's go ahead and pop this up real quick on the screen and let's get into this video. And after we finish this one, y'all, we will also get into our second video and topic. That is a huge topic because we're going to talk a little bit about Elon Musk and how it seems like there's been a weaponization of these people's trillionaire, billionaire statuses based off of what they feel in their heart and their feelings, to maybe put a little bit of gasoline on these type of things or get them started in the first place. So that's allegedly. We will see, y'all. We'll get into that video in a moment, but let's take a look to the outcry of the people and the protest against these humane crimes.
When I saw the video, my first thought was with Stephen Ogilvie and his family and those who witnessed that horrific attack. But immediately afterwards, a chill went down my spine because I knew the racist and fascist manipulators would use it as an excuse to attack people, and so they did. We knew it was coming all day Tuesday. We knew Tommy Scumbag Robinson, Elon Scumbag Musk, people who deliberately used a brutal attack for their own agenda to stir up hate and intolerance. To our black and minority communities, we are sorry. We were sorry last year. We were sorry 2 years ago. We must draw a line in the sand, and we will not be sorry next year. I put a challenge to you. White people in this crowd, talk to your racist uncle, as Elaine said. Challenge disinformation. Do it with love, but do it with hope, and do it firmly. It is clear today that authority, not the over-amplified algorithm of hate and intolerance. We are Belfast. And I want to pay kudos to Nata and the women. And it was women, and it is always women who stand up. In the state meetings, they could have come out for help, and hundreds of people answered.
All right, y'all. So I just wanted to show y'all a little bit of that, and that is live coverage. That is live coverage. And we're going to go ahead and move on from that. But I did want to show you that there is a outpour and an outreach and people that believe and know that these type of things are not right, and they are protesting in the streets. Imani, you can go ahead.
My favorite part of that whole video is when she said Elon scumbag Musk and Tommy scumbag Robinson. And I concur with her completely. That was my favorite bit.
I agree, child. And we got some footage of that as well. So let's go ahead and get into this next video before we get into the rest of our topics. But yeah, basically, we can't be sure. Again, this is all alleged. But it's literally given that certain individuals are moving around and causing chaos and confusion everywhere they go. So when we get into Elon Musk and the weaponization of trillionaire status, there has been, some things being said that Musk is fueling this anti-immigrant riot, and amid trillionaire status is sparking a global outrage. So as a tech billionaire, Elon Musk edges closer to becoming the world's first official trillionaire. His true leverage isn't just his bank account, though. It's his megaphone. Musk openly retweeted and amplified far-right agitators during the UK and Belfast unrest, telling his millions of followers that change only happens by protesting repeatedly and loud. However, the real issue is when people who own the digital public square actively fan the flames of racial tensions online, algorithms choose to reward chaos. And so basically what we're saying in layman's terms, having $1 trillion doesn't make you a statesman. It means your reckless tweets have the power to burn down actual neighborhoods while you watch safely from your mansions somewhere else. So let's get into this next video, y'all. Let me pop this up on the screen and get it playing. And of course, we will meet y'all in the chat. Y'all let me know what y'all think. After we move on from this, we have to get into another very heavy topic, and we'll be talking about Karmelo Anthony. But let's go ahead and play this, and we'll be right back.
Is the hat too small for him or what? It's just, every time you put him up there, I have to just look down, look at the page, Sharon, not that. Elon Musk under fire for stoking anti-immigrant riots in Belfast. Here's more from NBC News.
Tonight, police firing water cannons against rioters as they threw projectiles back. A new evening of more violence exploding in Northern Ireland. Protesters building a blockade. Homes and vehicles set on fire this week. Here, a bus ablaze in Belfast.
Just violence upon violence.
Like my neighbour's house was set on fire.
Families forced to evacuate to safety as flames ravaged their street. Violence erupting in parts of Northern Ireland after a knife attack that left the victim with multiple injuries, including losing an eye. Video of the stabbing shared online. The blurring was not added by NBC News. The man under arrest, originally from Sudan, claimed asylum in the UK in 2023, according to police in Belfast. The attack comes amid escalating tension over immigration across Europe. Elon Musk writing on X this week, only by protesting repeatedly and loudly will there be any change.
Are you f***ing serious? Are you looking at the same thing that I am? Are you actually serious? I want you to have a look and have a read at what Elon Musk had to say with regards to the Belfast riots and everything happening in Belfast right now. Mind you, though, the pro-Palestinian activists who are in their 60s, who are sitting on the floor in Parliament Square in London, they were demonized and branded as terrorists. However, the likes of Elon Musk, who is quite literally trying to incite division and hate more so than there already is, he's deemed as what? He's not branded as the same brush. How absolutely insane. What reality are we living in? We are living in hell. Genuinely try and convince me otherwise. We are living in hell. No wonder the government had to ban certain individuals akin to Elon Musk, far-right nut jobs, from entering the country later on this year because they were planning on it. They were literally planning to come to incite even more division and hate.
By the way, not banned from the UK. Not banned from the UK, by the way. How interesting. Elon Musk could travel to the UK right now, tomorrow, and no one would say a goddamn word. I, on the other hand, am banned from the United Kingdom. Elon Musk is not. Think about that.
When you're a near trillionaire, they'll let you do it. They'll let you do it. That's not enough. This happened this morning.
This is a record-shattering day on Wall Street. SpaceX becoming the most valuable company ever to go public, making its founder, Elon Musk, the world's first trillionaire. Musk's rocket company, valued in its initial public offering at around $1.8 trillion, that would immediately put it in the list of the most valuable companies in the world, alongside chipmaker NVIDIA, Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. In its IPO filing, SpaceX says its goals include establishing a permanent colony on Mars with 1 million people, launching AI data centers in space, mining asteroids. The company isn't turning a profit and acknowledges that these goals might not be achievable. And some big name investors are skeptical, but major banks and also retail investors have been clamoring to own shares of SpaceX as a way to bet on Elon Musk. Now, keep in mind, there are new rules on stock exchanges that make it easier for public companies to be added to index funds. What that means, if you've got a 401k or retirement account, you could very soon own SpaceX without even realizing it.
You know how they used to say, if you're lucky enough to have one, don't look at your 401k. Just leave it. It'll be there. Look at your 401k. Look what it's investing in, because this whole thing is a joke. Only it's a very expensive one. It's going to hurt a lot of people. I love how she buried in the 5th or 6th graph something about, oh yeah, they're not profitable. They lose a lot of money. But yeah. Elon Musk, newly minted trillionaire, has long used his social media platform X to promote far-right figures globally and their anti-immigration views. Elon Musk's X will face no action to remove a mass of posts inciting violence in Northern Ireland for at least 2 months, despite widespread condemnation of the platform. Wednesday, he hit back at those accusing him of spreading hatred, fueling the Northern Ireland rioters. Murderous migrants beheading innocent people in their hometown is what making people angry, not social media, he wrote. Musk also reposted other messages claiming that British Prime Minister Keir Starmer hates white people. And another sharing an image of the stabbing suspect who is black, alongside the caption declaring millions must go. Not the first time Elon has used his 240 million follower platform to wade into British and European politics, denounce the continent's immigration policies. Musk has recently voiced support for Restore Britain, which is a breakaway political party from Nigel Farage's Reform UK, which felt its immigration policies were not extreme enough. Can you believe it? Musk also regularly shares messages from Tommy Robinson, a far-right activist and convicted fraudster who has served 5 jail terms. Let's boost him up. Back to the trillionaire thing, though. He's doing it by rating your 401k.
Elon Musk is preparing the largest initial public offering in human history. At a $1.75 trillion target valuation, SpaceX would be worth more than every American defense contractor combined. Worth more than the market caps of Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Disney, Nike, and Starbucks all put together. And worth more than the top 10 companies on the London Stock Exchange combined. So if you're wondering who the f*** is buying SpaceX, a company losing $5 billion per year at the largest IPO valuation in history, Well, the answer is you.
Elon Musk is going to become the first trillionaire by stealing your parents' retirement account. And I'm going to explain this as quickly and as simply as I can so you can stay informed. The first thing you need to understand is how billionaires get their money. They don't make salary. They take $1 billion worth of stock and they ask for a loan leveraged against that stock. The problem is Elon Musk has run out of stock to leverage to ask for more loans. So they're going to take SpaceX on the public market. The problem is they're requiring index funds, 401ks, retirement accounts, to invest in this initial public offering. They're only requiring the people at SpaceX to hold their position, their stock, for only 5 days, which is not enough time to know if the stock is stable enough to be in retirement accounts. Elon Musk is going to say, look at all of these retirement accounts that have invested in SpaceX. It's worth $1 trillion. Give me $1 trillion loan. He's then going to take his money out of SpaceX, holding his $1 trillion loan, but not any of the volatile stock, essentially leaving your parents holding the bag in a stock market based on rockets not exploding, but the investment is in a company where the rocket explodes. So unless you are prepared to house and care for your geriatric parents as a Gen Z or millennial, then you are not ready for this to happen.
And yet when you're a trillionaire, they'll let you do it. So they're letting him do it. So that was a great video, great commentary, great explanation of exactly what the play is here. And it's one that these 1 percenters, or maybe they're 0.0001 percenters at this point, have got so much and we've got so little. This is just what they do. They know it. They don't even have to really verbalize it. Okay. I would have done the video and wouldn't even be able to monetize it because I would have just said the fix is in. That's the end of the video. The fix is in. And who's it going to rob? You heard it. Elon Musk is going to take his $1 trillion and his bigoted, racist, sexist nonsense. Yeah, the mission statement of any company he has should just be menace to society, agree to live by. This is what he's doing all over the world. And he's allowed to do it when you're a trillionaire. They'll let you do it. Wow. Why is that guy with the hat being propped up as something that anyone, and even the money, if you got to get it that way, jeez, what's that say? We'll end with that one. It's a hell of a downer. It's like, I want to go get a tub of ice cream out of the freezer and I'll just eat that. Because Elon Musk is a trillionaire and the rest of us are going to pay for it. Because even if you don't have a 401k, guess what? You're going to pay for the people who lose out. We're going to be taking care of everybody else. We're stretched then. We can't fill our tanks. We can't buy food. We're going to be the ones that keep handing the money. And he's allowed to do it.
You hurt one of us, we hurt 100 of you.
All right, y'all. So Imani, I'm gonna give you the lead on this one, girl, because I know we was going in hot when we was talking about this. So what are some of your thoughts, feelings, and opinions when it comes to this? Okay, Elon Musk is back on the radar again.
I wish I would be listening to the biggest welfare queen on immigration. The person who allegedly there is no sure thing that he even came into the country. And this is alleged. There's no sure thing that he came into the country legally. What people have to remember, they need to look up this man's history. When I call him a welfare queen, because most of his company has been built on government contracts, on government handouts. That's why he's a welfare queen. And this is the man who went in with Doge to save money for the government. Simply because under the Biden administration, they were investigating a lot of things about his company. And he was not due to get as many government contracts as he's built his company on. What I advise people to do, number one, because I don't have the actual numbers in front of me, but look at the amount of money this man has taken from the government to become the trillionaire that he is. Look at the man who is telling poor people how they should feel about what's going on in their lives. Look at the man who's stirring up conflict coming from an apartheid country where he had privilege. This is the man that is advising the scumbags, and I'm not going to mention their names, but there are a few of them, about how to deal with migration. This is the man that is stirring the pot, using the biggest platform in the world. Pray, why did he buy it in the first place? Because we've seen nothing but a rise in racial slurs and racist rhetoric since he has been in charge. People need to take note. And now it's the 401ks of people who have worked hard, who are going to prop him up to get $1 trillion loan so that he can leave them holding whatever in their hand and losing all their money. These are the people that the government is propping up. These are the people that are the friends that are close to the government, that have helped with the corruption, that have stopped the things like healthcare and EBT for those that need it. I can't say anything more apart from this man has the audacity to talk about people on welfare when he has made everything, most of what he is, by government contracts. He's the biggest, and I will say it again, the biggest welfare queen out there.
Girl, you really hit the nail on the head. That is absolutely true. And the audacity of this man to be running around like he's some type of great and grand billionaire when really he has profited most of his money off of the government. So let's get into the numbers, all right? Extensive public record audits and civil investigations reveal that Elon Musk's core companies, Tesla, SpaceX, and SolarCity, have benefited from at least $38 billion in publicly funded U.S. government loans, tax credits, and specialized contracts. When you tally up the state of federal data, Musk Corporation's empire is heavily underwriting its balance sheets with public funds. This massive stack of wealth is split into two buckets: commercial state contracts, such as SpaceX launching NASA payloads and spy satellites for the intelligence community, and direct consumer subsidies and regulatory tax breaks that keeps his vehicle manufacturing highly profitable. So when working class families ask for basic relief like affordable childcare or student loan adjustments, the political establishment slaps it down as a handout. But when a billionaire uses tens of billions of your tax dollars to prop up his private rocket and electric car companies, they call it genius entrepreneurship. Elon Musk didn't build his kingdom alone. He built it on a foundation of the working class tax dollars. Okay, so that's a small little breakdown when it comes to, yes, sir, we're not impressed. You are the biggest welfare queen that there is. But also when it comes to the things that he does and the level of hate that he may carry or have allegedly, and being able to funnel his money into groups and organizations that also share that same level of hate to boost it up. Nasty work. That's all I really can say about that. But I think for the most part, a lot of people hopefully have seen the character of this man. And I'm telling you, child, last year, They were going live on Twitter, and they were going live on Instagram, going live on TikTok, and making posts on Twitter and saying they want their money back because those Tesla vehicles are trash. So outside of you not even be able to make a great vehicle or production when it comes to your business, you are sitting up here and possibly, allegedly, gaslighting people to be hateful and racist. So I
And
don't know.
allegedly they're trash. Allegedly. We don't know that they're trash. We don't know that the Tesla vehicles are trash, but allegedly some people are saying they're trash.
Allegedly, some people who have purchased them and poured in their dollars into buying one of those vehicles have allegedly said that while having said vehicle and experiences with said vehicle, it was trash. So yeah, allegedly. Thank you, girl, for saving me on that one. But anyway, y'all, we're going to go ahead and take a quick song break. And after this song break, we're going to get into one of my favorite topics and the one that I couldn't wait to discuss and talk about. We got to talk a little bit about this Karmelo Anthony case because there's a lot of controversy and contradiction, I think, when it comes to some of the commentary around it. And a lot of you out there who seem to have a perception about us would be pretty surprised what we have to say and what side we stand on. So we'll get into that conversation in just a moment, y'all. Let me play this song real quick and we will be right back.
They handed us the script, but we don't gotta read it no more. Yeah. Same old story, different page. Same old ink on a different stage. Got my own people on the corner, pushing me closer to the edge with rage. Willie Lynch probably laughing in his grave, seeing centuries later we still enslaved. House divided, envy contagious, the blueprint still working. Ain't that outrageous? Yeah, stack the odds, casino game. Bet against ourselves just to chase some fame. Another brother falls, everybody crying. Last week behind closed doors, they was quietly plotting, trying to dim his light cause his future too bright. Crabs in the bucket pulling down every flight. Generational wounds pass hand to hand, fighting each other instead of the man with the plan. Iron chains became gold links, different metals, same prison when nobody thinks. Freedom ain't jewelry, freedom is soul. Can't buy liberation if your spirit been sold. We just echoes in the barrel, spinning circles every day. History whispers softly, but we keep looking away. They handed us the script, now we act in every part. Time to break the cycle, time to heal the broken heart. This ain't the dream they marched for, this ain't the future they could see. This whole thing was a setup, it's time we set ourselves free. Same concrete soaked with tears, same pain carried through the years, but we tear each other down for applause. Temporary likes while nobody heals. Call you a sellout when you lead a block. Soon as success make the whole world stop. But the real betrayal ain't broke the flight, it's poisoning your people out of envy and spite. You mad cause this watch gleam, mad cause our band gleam. Meanwhile the architects of the cage still counting money behind the scenes. They love the chaos, love the smoke, love watching families lose all hope. Another headline, another mother cry, another generation acting while they dying. The trap ain't poverty, the trap is division. The chains ain't visible, they're built from our decisions. We carry anger in our chests, years of trauma, years of stress, then pass it to our own bloodline. Instead of putting evil to rest, love became weakness, unity became strange, clout became currency. Everybody chained. We never let the barrel finally break. Leave the hate where it belongs, for our children's sake. No more jealousy, no more self-destruction, no more borrowed hatred. It's unity or it's nothing. We free. We free.
All right, y'all. Thanks for rocking with us with that quick song break. Now we're going to get into one of the topics that I've been wanting to talk about the whole live that is very heartfelt and very serious to me. So, y'all, let me give y'all a brief synopsis of what we'll be discussing if you have not seen it already. So, we are going to be talking about the Karmelo Anthony verdict, okay? So, Karmelo Anthony sentenced to 35 years. Attorney says family was legally lynched. Parents are breaking their silence. So we have a lot of those videos to tie in a few different things that we will see and hear, and we'll also give our thoughts, feelings, and opinions as well. So let's get down to the context. So basically, in Frisco, Texas, 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony was sentenced to 35 years in prison for the fatal April 2025 Pope situation of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf during a high school track meet fight. Anthony's defense team argued self-defense, stating a physical altercation began after Anthony sat under a rival's school's tent. The jury took less than 3 hours to reject self-defense and hand down a near-life sentence. Now, what is the outrage? Well, high-profile figures, including Cardi B and civil rights attorney Thelma Anderson, and also Dr. Umar, have spoken out. Anderson boldly called the swift max-level sentence a legal lynching, pointing out how the system aggressively criminalizes young Black men while showing massive leniency to others. Carmelo's parents have broken their silence, announcing an immediate official appeal. Now, in layman's terms, a fist fight between teenagers turned very tragic, and an irreplaceable life was lost. But a 35-year-old sentence for a teenager with no major record, that's the system disposing of a Black child rather than seeking balanced justice. Do y'all agree with that, or do you not? You'll be surprised some of my thoughts, feelings, and opinions. I want to know some of yours, Imani, and anybody who wants to join in on this conversation. And I wish Carlos he would come too, because we've had an excellent conversation about this over the past few days. So Imani, I'll let you go ahead and lead off with your thoughts, feelings, and opinions, and then I'll get into mine.
I've got mixed ones on these because having personally been on the side of being the family member of a victim that has suffered from this type or similar type of crime, and also having worked with people who were perpetrators of the crime, I really have mixed views. However, I will say one thing about, we talked about this earlier. I'll talk to you about the sentencing guidelines that we have in the UK. In the UK, they treat, first of all, the legal age that you can be prosecuted as a criminal. Let me get this right, because I don't want to get anything wrong on this, because it's really important to be accurate on this. we have, I'm talking about the sentencing in the UK, and this is only in the UK, the United Kingdom. Now, the age of criminal responsibility in the UK starts at 10 years old, and that's in England and Wales. Now, if someone is under 18 and is convicted of an M, they can have two types of, one type of sentence, which is detention during His Majesty's pleasure, which is DHMP. This is the youth equivalent of a life sentence. The judge sets a minimum term before their parole can be considered, and the starting point is normally about 12 years. However, the judge can increase it from 12 years, and that's the starting point before they parole you. So they can use aggravating factors to add on years. So it's the use of a knife or a firearm. It's the use of planning or premeditation, gang involvement, vulnerable victims, attempts to conceal the crime, and previous convictions. They can also use mitigating factors such as age and immaturity, lack of intent to unalive, mental health, learning disabilities, coercion or exploitation by older individuals. And that's what you get a lot when it comes to gang activity, and genuine remorse. And they can be released. So what I would say is, with this case where this guy has no previous convictions, that was not premeditated, the judge would use that 12-year starting point and then add on any other factors, such as the weapon. The key thing is, it's the intent that they always look at with youngsters. And more often than not, and I've been to court cases, like I said, on a personal level, when a young person that I've either been close to or is a family member has been unalived, or I've been on the other side where I've been involved and worked with young people who have been perpetrators. I have seen sentences normally of around 12, in this type of case, 12 to 15 years, because they look at the youth, they look at the intent, they look at if that person went there to commit a crime, because things can happen. And that's why, for me, but that's only because I come from the UK, 35 years is what we normally see in older people, older individuals, people with premeditation, people who are planning, people in part of gangs. So it seems a lot, but it's not the system that I come from. And it also gives rise to the fact that someone who is young can see a light at the end of the tunnel, which is, I've known a lot of people who have been, leaving school and got into fights where someone has been unalived. They've not even been involved in the actual unalivement. They've not sometimes even been anywhere near it. They use the thing called joint enterprise to wrap up a lot of those young people who weren't even at the scene, weren't even the person that did it, weren't even the person that struck the blow, but they may have been armed. They may have been on the scene. And I've seen a lot of young people get 12, 15 years and they didn't even do anything. They were just there. So there is the balance. And I will tell you, I go between both things, because in the UK, if you carry a weapon such as a knife, you have an automatic 5 years, regardless of whatever you do, if you get arrested by a policeman. So once you produce a weapon, there is only one way it could possibly go. And this is what they've used with young people who have known that their friends are carrying weapons. So, you know, I've got mixed views on this, because I believe that nobody throws hands anymore. Nobody just has a fist fight. You know, he would have been better off getting beaten up and taken to the hospital, because he wouldn't be 35 years in a, you
Exactly.
know, what we would call a sesame bird, you know, a sesame sentence. And we say sesame sentence because we, in the UK, we call sentences bird, and that's big bird to us. It's mad, mad, mad and crazy they ended up like this. But what can we do? I can't say that once you produce a weapon, there is only one way it could possibly go. Unfortunately, doesn't matter how small that weapon was, doesn't matter how, whether he meant it or not, someone could be unalived if one of you has a weapon. And that's my view. So I don't, you know, I understand people can say that about the jury, but someone actually lost their life. Someone will never be able to see their child again. So, you know, I have different views when it comes to people who are on the street and gangs. It's different to me.
Thank you, Imani. You know, I really respect all of your feelings and opinions, and I am so happy too because we get to have this conversation all together, all three of us. And this is the one that I really thought was a conversation and a case that I thought really needed to be spoke about when it comes from, you know, we could say black or, you know, whatever, minority perspective, whatever it is they call us these days, child. And when it comes to the activism of it all, because it is something that I take pride in being like an activist in some shape or form in the best way that I possibly can. And I like to speak up and I like to fight for the rights of the people. And yes, sometimes it is a race issue, but sometimes it's a humanity issue. And me and Carlos was having a great conversation about this. Me and Imani was having a great conversation about this offline. And we had a lot of different thoughts and feelings and opinions and talking points. But really at the core, we all kind of get it. You know what I mean? Like we get it at the core, what is really important when it comes to this case. And so I'm so happy that Carlos is joined now because he's going to come up and share a few of his thoughts and feelings and opinions as well. And we also got Mama Warrior that's going to come and share some of her thoughts and opinions as well when it comes to this. But Carlos, we'll let you go first, babe. How you doing, boo?
Oh, I'm chilling. How y'all doing?
Good.
I'm good. What's up, Imani? What's up, Golden?
What's up? Not Golden, child.
Hi.
Yeah, I got to. The real government. You know what I'm saying? But look, check it out. My how I feel about this is, first of all, it's messed up for both parties, for the both of these young kids. One that's not here no more, and also the other dude that's spent most of his young life in jail. But I don't think it's not like, I don't think he don't deserve it. I'm saying you took somebody's life. I've been in the criminal system, meaning in jail. I'll let y'all know I've been locked up a few times. And 35 years is grace for that boy. I'm letting you know this now because people who do stuff like that is automatic getting them 50 and better. But since he got a great jacket, he ain't never been in trouble. 35 years great because he gets to come home and still have a second life. Not like the boy he took. You see what I'm saying? For me, I don't know if y'all know my story, but I'm gonna tell you a little bit. I've been shot. And the guy who shot me, they didn't find, but the guy that was with him that set me up, he doing 20 years automatic because he don't want to say who did it. And this is just attempted murder. This is not even murder. And he gave him automatic 20. They gave him automatic 20. So for this young boy to have taken this other boy's life, regardless of the fact if they saying, oh, he was scared, but it was no, like you say, man, all you had to do was fight him. He could have just fight him. Yeah, you take a loss, but you here though. No, both of y'all here. He got 35, and I think 35 is good. It's a good number for him. Me personally, you take my son out of kill my son. Listen, it's up and stuck. I'm just saying. I'll just let you know at the time. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I think. I don't think it's not. I think it's fair.
Sorry, I'm rolling.
Yeah,
I hear
I
you.
think it's fair. I think what he got is a leniency to me. Time, because when he come home, he would be about what, like 40 something, close to 50. You know what I mean? Oh boy, ain't never coming home. He ain't never gonna reach that number. The other guy, the other kid. So what's right is right, what's wrong. You took a life, you go to jail. That's just what it is. I know people who, like I said, the guy who shot me. You know what I mean? When I got shot, he doing 20. Well, not him. The guy that was with him was doing 20, and I didn't die. You know what I mean? So 35 years, it's great. I know people in real life who's doing over 50 years for what they for unaliving somebody. Automatic 50. They don't come home till like 80 something. That boy got off. But everybody getting upset about I think he should get less time than that. No, I don't think that. He stabbed this boy. You know what I mean? He didn't have to stab him. He could have fought the boy. What were the words that happened? He'd got his ass whipped, or you'd have whipped his ass. One or the other. You know what I mean? But y'all both would have been home on suspension because y'all got kicked out the track meet. Y'all can't run no more for a little while. It's okay. That's how I feel. I don't got no type of like ill will of the boy having 35 at all. At all.
No,
But the
I hear you,
return,
Carlos. You're right.
you know
You're
what I
right.
mean?
Because when you hear victim impact statements, when you hear families talk, and I've been there with a victim impact statement, telling people how you feel, how you suffer that loss every single day. People got to understand there are two losses there, and it's a shame. But a life was taken, and I am sorry. Like I said, why don't they just squabble up? Why don't they just throw hands? If he went and he took an L, he at least would be in his own bed right about now.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And they both would have been home. You feel what I'm saying?
I agree. And we talked about this a lot or whatnot over the past few days. And it's just like what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And one of the things that I don't like, and we're gonna get into some of these videos so we can see some of the different mindsets and talking points that is happening right now. And then we commentate as we go. That's typically how we do. But we also have our own feelings and opinions. We can just ad lib and freestyle. But one of the things that really bothers me is the fact that they're trying to tie in racism. And it's just like, okay, we have a lot of activists speaking out. We have a lot of individuals that, do fight and speak out for activism, whether they are, notary activists or that's just what their spirit is, activism spirit. When it comes to that, activism is not about being racist and not seeing like what the importance is in a situation or a crime or a matter such as this. Just because I rock for my people and I want justice, I want equality, I want fairness and respect for my people, doesn't mean that I don't want that for any other race or any other people, right? And I think other activists need to be careful when they tote that line as well. Because when you're clearly sitting here saying that a situation such as this, because of the racist aspect that you feel as though is within it, that this young man can get away with what he did for the simple fact that he is black. That's not activism. That's not activism, and it's not fair, and it makes no sense. When we talk about activism, we're talking about what is fair. We're only fighting for fairness, equality. And so we have to be real about what the matter is here. This is a young man that took another young man's life and committed a murder. We have to, say it a certain type of way, Carlos. So I'm not crazy. But anyway, and it's not funny. But
I
I'm
saw your
saying,
teeth fell out for a second there.
y'all, not I was named Dash for a minute.
But
I
you got
can
to think about it though, Golden. In the UK, if you get caught with a knife without doing anything, Nowadays, it's an automatic 5 because why are you carrying it?
Wow, that's pretty interesting. I think that is that could be a good law because you're walking around. You're walking around as if you're looking for trouble or you expecting trouble, whatever, and just having and being in possession of these kind of weapons, even if you get caught with one.
And
There's that
believe you
case.
me, I've got many young people. I've got many young people that I've worked with that have been stopped with a weapon, and they've just been stopped and searched, and they actually have a weapon. And I'd also like to point out that I don't know, London people will remember this, or they may remember this. We have a carnival in the UK, and a friend of ours was there with her daughter. She was there with her 2-year-old daughter last year. This is was it last year? No, it was the year before. She was at the carnival in Notting Hill, and she was due. She's a family friend of ours. She was with her 2-year-old daughter. She was due to come and see us because we don't live that far from where the carnival happens. And what happened was there was a fight that broke out, and our family friend got pushed. I think they pushed her daughter out of the way. Her 2-year-old daughter fell on the floor. She stood up and asked the young man, basically because her daughter got pushed to the floor. And this young mother was unalived with a Rambo knife at the carnival. We were due to see her. She was literally coming to see us, and she literally got unalive steps from our doorstep. That's how bad it can be. And a 2-year-old, she's now 4, doesn't have a mother anymore. All because 2 people got into something and they pushed her daughter, and she stepped in, and they were fighting, and she was trying to stop them. This is how this stuff impacts people's lives. And
Wow,
I know it's a shocker. Yeah, this was 2 years ago at a street party. And this is what people don't actually understand. It doesn't matter. I mean, what were they doing at a street party with Rambo knives?
And that's what me and Carlos was talking about when it comes.
What was that boy doing at the track meet with a knife?
Right. Exactly. Like, why are you randomly walking around with weapons? This is a school function, sports event, or competition. Why do you feel as though you have to bring weapons to that? You should not be allowed to bring weapons into those events. That's what I think. What do you think, Carlos?
Yeah, I think the same thing. Listen, I used to be on the track team too when I was in school, and we used to have track meets like that. And nobody was there to really, everybody talk shit. It's competitive sport. We talk shit to each other. We talk shit to other schools. It is what it is. That's just what competitive sports is about. But nobody was in there with a damn knife nor any type of weapon to be like, yo, I think I'm gonna have to hurt one of these dudes for real. It's not even like that. You know what I mean? So why are you bringing something to a school event, because that's what it is, it's a track meet or any type of, and you really pulled out and stabbed the boy and expect everybody to be like, it's not your fault. Okay, the boy started it. That he did. I don't know, I wasn't there, but that's what they said. It don't matter. Like you said, we fight. We could square up, black eyes, knuckle hurts, whatever, but we all home chilling. You scared to fight this boy? What they allegedly said is that he went to the other school tent. Why are you going to somebody else? Listen. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I did all that track meet shit. And if you don't belong in our area, don't come to our area. Not saying we're going to hurt you or take you out or take you out off this earth, but you don't belong over here. You don't watch a basketball game and see the other team go sit with the other team. That's not how it works. You don't belong over here. So go about your business.
And as an athlete, like, yeah, you know that like there's rules and regulations, there's things that you do and you don't do. So it's just, all of that, I believe, will probably go into or has gone into the evidence file. Like, sir, why were you going over there to decide that you did not belong in? And then we also got to talk about, like these heavily, and I have my opinions when it comes to that, Carlos, and we had a conversation about it, but these heavily like activists that are out here like spewing things to the public that I think is going to be dangerous rhetoric to give to people. Like, number one, let's stop making excuses just because it's the sake that it's a black thing, like, or a black family or a black issue. Like, yeah, we understand, okay, it's a black family, it's an unfortunate circumstance. We don't like to see either side of it. That's the point. And because you are an activist or because you love and care for people, it doesn't mean that you don't love and care for all races of people and you're not fair and ethical. You know what I mean? Like, this is not making any type of common sense the way that they are basically approaching this case. Now, we have another case we want to get into that I think requires activism and activate. But in this one, we have to be honest about it because the very thing that you're arguing against is the very thing that you would want. Put the shoe on the other foot. You will be up here on somebody's podium making a speech, you know what I'm saying, requesting justice. So when justice is being served, justice is not just for a certain race of people. Justice is for the human race of people to keep things in order and in line and all of those, things like that. So, I don't like that. Like, we cannot just throw the racist card out there on everything. And I know a lot of people say that as a community, we do that. It's not all of us, but yeah, there are circumstances such as this where you try to think you can just throw that race card down. And despite the fact, let's just say, because none of us can be sure, if the young men, the two twin brothers and their family were racist, okay, but in that altercation and in that moment, was that a racist thing? Could it have started that way? Yeah. But if it was, a fist or a hand being thrown at you, then that's what needs to be thrown back, not a knife. And that's just how I think, y'all. I'm sorry. I got to be fair about that.
I mean, I've only got one thing to say, and I haven't heard the whole case, so I have to be clear. I haven't heard the whole case. I'm just making my commentary based on what I've seen. If that man's life was threatened at any point, then that gives a whole different perspective on what he did. But I don't know that. I just know that someone who had a bright future happened to unalive someone and happened to use a weapon. And the key thing about most of these things, it's the weapon that they look at.
It's a weapon. Now, I understand what you mean, Imani, by saying if now who's threatened and felt like his life was in danger, then all about me, you got to stay alive. You know what I mean? You got to find a way.
Yeah,
But
because I could be dangerous
they,
with a
they,
car
they, they
key.
literally said that it was just the boy basically pushed him, and the guy, the black young boy, he's like, "Don't touch me again, or you're gonna see what happens." And they all got witnesses saying this is exactly what happened. He's like, "Nah, get out of here!" And dude took out the knife and stabbed him in the heart. That's where he stabbed him at, in his heart.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, for me, I know there have been times when it looks like, I could get myself into trouble, but you really have to rethink. And that's what I used to tell the youth. I used to say, think about the consequences.
Right.
Think about what you can do versus what. I used to have a lot of young people who used to do boxing who could knock out somebody with one punch. And I had a young person who one day hit someone who fell and trigger warning, hit their head on a paving stone when he hit that person. And that person hit his head and ended up unalived in the middle of
Right.
the fight.
I had
And
a friend
he had to prove it was a fight that happened.
yeah,
And that was the hardest part of it, because what happens is one person's alive and the other person is not. And that's all they see.
right, exactly. I had a friend that happened to when I was in New Jersey. Big fighter, you know what I'm saying? Like boxer, did boxing and stuff like that, and wound up getting into a fight with somebody or whatnot. And them hands can be lethal. Like there's some people that fight that they have to get their hands registered because their hands are literally like weapons. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, his hands were so lethal. He got into a fight with another person or whatnot. And unfortunately, the same thing, like you said, Imani, that person fell and technically they hit their head on the curb, and that's what, you know what I'm saying, caused fatality or whatnot. But they got into a squabble. But that's a whole nother situation too, right? Because you gotta find a way to argue your way out of that one. Because
Yeah,
technically it was
because you know my son
that
did
did that. It was the curb that did it. You know what I'm saying? The curb did it, not the hands. The hands
but you
is
know
just
what,
standing.
Golden? My son did he did karate, he's done taekwondo, and he's done Krav Maga. And when he was taught Krav Maga, he was told, because it's the one that the Israeli Defense Force used, he was
Oh,
told
okay.
that if he gets into a confrontation, he has to advise the person beforehand that that is his
Right,
skill set. He's been
right.
told.
You
Said
do.
if you
You
don't
do.
say anything, I said, well, that's a bit ridiculous because the person could say you never told them. But he was told by his instructor, you've got to advise the person that that is one of your skill sets.
You do. You
Weird.
absolutely do.
It's weird the way the world works. By the way, remember, I'm a karate man.
Karate kid. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, I ain't lethal or nothing like that. But I got up to like an orange belt. But I took karate when I was young, so I know a little bit about. But yeah, you have to do that. Like you have to let somebody know, like before you even get into a fight, like, yo, I am trained in this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? And some people, like I said, they're so lethal when it comes to them using their body and their force that they have to register their hands. Like their hands have to be registered because you can literally be that dangerous with your own hands. It's on your body, depending on how you move and you operate. So it's a lot. It's a lot that goes into it. But these are kids, and they're running track. We can't be sure. I don't know if they have. I doubt that either of them have maybe any martial arts background or anything like that. But I'm saying, like, if y'all have a little jizz or whatnot, and y'all get into it with one another, we got to go back to the old school ways. Like, just squabble up, and fight it out. You don't have to immediately turn to weapons and fatalities. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah. It just sucks. I'm agreeing with you. It just sucks that both of these kids is young and one is not here and the other one ain't gonna be here for a while. It just sucks. But like I said, squad war fight. But there's some kid shit, and for people in this world to really try to see, I'm on some right is wrong type shit. I'm not doing. He's white, he's black. The nigga could be green, white. I don't give a damn. It's what's right is wrong. Because if it was the other foot, and your kid was the one that got unalive, you would want the justice to be the max of the max. 35 years to some people won't be enough. You know what I mean? Like, that's not enough. But it just was right, and what's wrong is that he had a knife and stabbed his boy, and his boy got unalive. And the only right thing to do is he needs to go to jail. That's it. Listen, I'm a parent, and that'd have been my kid. 35 is not enough. I'm sorry. That's like, yo, I could never see my son again, but your son you could call, or he could call you. You could visit him, and he's coming out of jail soon. I'm an eye for eye kind of guy. But that's a different subject. That's a different story.
But you want to know something, Carlos? I have met a couple who their son was unalived by someone, and they did. They're really a great couple. And funnily enough, it just so happens to be they're a white couple. Their son was unalived by 3 young black men. These guys got, what are under our sentence guidelines. However, they and they're a member of, I think they still do this. They do this restorative justice stuff. Do you know that one, and this is where I tell you, the world is just, we live in a great world. They actually went on this restorative justice program, and so did one of the young men who unalived their son. Can I tell you what I found? Just like I found this couple amazing, and I interviewed them for a radio show, and I just said, I found you to be incredible because I don't know if I could do what you do. This couple are godparents to the guy's child that he had when he came out.
Oh yeah,
I just found them. Yeah, I just told them I don't know if I could do.
Yeah,
Because
that's a different
the
kind of it.
father of the boy said it took him a long time to understand his wife's forgiveness. But now, and you see them holding this boy's child that he had, because I think he got about 15 years. He must have been about 16 at the time. So he came out in his 30s. He started a new life, and they are godparents to his child. I just said to them, "You're incredible people. I know I couldn't be them. Well,
Yeah, that is
maybe I
incredible.
could, but
It's incredible.
yeah." So there's different people in the world. I know me. I'll be telling you guys, you got to put money on my books because you won't be seeing me for a while. Trust me.
But what's
It's my son.
as more the story goes, I don't know if you've been watching it, but I know Golden been watching it, and I've been telling her about the parents of the kid that's unalive. They getting bashed. You know what I'm saying? People just bashing them about their kid, and it's like, just imagine somebody unalive your kid, and you get a whole bunch of backlash from everybody in the world talking about your son this, your son that, good for your son, and showing got images, AI images of people pissing on your son's grave.
Right.
You know what I
That's
mean?
the thing that we reviewed earlier. And I was just like, yo, y'all are really taking this way too far. You're taking it, number one, beyond the judicial standards, because this is judicial standards, and it's the same judicial standards that you would want if the shoe was on the other foot. But now you're taking it to the point where y'all are mocking this boy. You're having people out here, like you making AI photos of somebody peeing on a boy grave. What? All right, even if they was racist, outside of that young man is 6 feet under in a casket in a grave. Okay, that is a young man that never gets to see his parents and his family again, and his family never get to see him again. But the young man who did what he did and pokeyed him up, we got to say it like that, Carlos. Stop.
Okay.
You don't think I'm crazy.
Yeah.
Poked him up. Yes, unfortunately, you'll spend a lot of time in a prison and behind a jail cell. But guess what? You will get visitation rights. Your family will know that you're still alive and on this earth and be able to see you. And at some point, you will be free and able to come out and live the rest of your life out again. And you're not even going to get out at such an age where you can't do nothing with your life. So I hope you are rehabilitated while you're in there and you learn from your mistakes. And one of the things that me and Carlos was talking about as well is that when it comes to this younger generation, and even the parents that's raising this younger generation, they don't raise them to teach them that there's wrong from right. They don't raise them to teach them that there's consequences for their actions. Maybe there's not enough time. People working 2 and 3 jobs. I get it. But you have to teach this youth that there are consequences for your actions, and there is wrong from right. And that's something that's lacking these days. It really is. And it has nothing to do about race. It has to do about morals, integrity, honor, humanity, all of those things, right?
Right.
And so, I'm sorry, I don't agree with a lot of the individuals that are speaking on this and the way that they're speaking about it. Child, we talked about, we had a conversation, me and you, Carlos, and some of the things Dr. Umar say I rock with, and some of the things I don't. I don't like the commentary that Dr. Umar is bringing to the forefront when it comes to this, because what that does is you're setting the precedent and the tone for people to think that this type of behavior is okay, all for the sake of what? We're black? No, because that's not fair. When we talking about justice and activism, we're talking about being fair, right? That's what we want, fairness. We don't want to be on top of nobody. We don't want to be below nobody. We want to feel like we all are on the same playing field here. We're equal. And so when it comes to equality and fairness, then we have to be honest. When fair is fair and right is right and wrong is wrong, it has to be, you have to push that. Don't push anything different. And I'm sorry, we cannot make up for reparations when it comes to situations like this.
That's how I see this case as. It's a right and wrong case. It's not even about racism now. But now, right now, the unalive boy father done got on live and went super ham about everything. You know what I mean? But this case been going on since last year. This happened last year. So we didn't hear nothing of his family even going on live saying nothing. But he went on live and went ham. They call him racist now because he. But think about it. You got everybody in the world, well, not the world, but in America, bashing your son, mocking your son, doing shit about his son, and your son not here. And you looking at this every day on your feed or on your social media. After a while, you might go crazy and talk your shit. You can't get mad at this man, yo.
Absolutely.
Can't get mad at this man.
This is a human experience with human emotions. It has nothing to do necessarily with race. Where is the evidence of the race stuff, right? What we have evidence and what the courts and the legal system have evidence of is that there was a crime committed. There was a murder, and the proof is in the pudding. There is one person that is no longer with us and living and breathing, and there is one person that wielded a weapon and attack towards that person to cause that to happen. That is just, what are we asking ourselves here? This is the legal system. Now, I understand racism exists, but we cannot play the race card on everything. So like I'm saying, when it comes to, and we do a lot of activism over here, and we talk about certain things and we call out things that's right and wrong. We will always call out things that's right and wrong, right? And this is exactly what it is. So it doesn't necessarily have to do with race. It has to do about what is right and what is wrong. And is it fall under the lines of racism, or is it just, in this case, a crime that was committed? Go ahead, Imani.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are blurring the lines here. And I'll tell you why I think they're blurring the lines. One of the things that I learned as being an advocate for young people, because I used to get a lot of young people whose parents were sick and tired of being sick and tired. They didn't want to go to the police station when their children were arrested, and some of them on very serious crimes. Now, where I stood on advocacy, and people used to have an issue when I told them this, is that when the police or the prosecutors or whoever was prosecuting these young people didn't do their job properly, tried to cut corners, regardless of what had happened, I used to have to advocate with these young guys, with their lawyers, because sometimes you'd see lawyers that were working with the police because they were not doing the right thing. And people used to mistake that as I was, helping people to get away with stuff they've done. And I used to say, no, it's not about this person that may or may not have done this thing. It's about the person that didn't do it. and they're doing this stuff. So people confuse the issue around certain people who are prosecuting these young people, who will cut corners, who will make stuff up, who will fabricate evidence. It's not about that, because that, being an advocate for that, you have to do that, because you have to do it for the one person who's really innocent and can get hammed up or hemmed up in something they didn't do. But the people that are actually sitting there and knowingly know that this is wrong, and it is pretty straightforward. I don't sympathize with it. What I don't, I am, I kind of used to dance both sides of the coin, which was, I know there may be things about this young man because you think he's got, he's a 3-time loser. However, you haven't done your job properly, and he may or may not be guilty or innocent. Because one thing I used to tell those guys is, don't tell me. I don't want to know. However, and I would advocate when I knew that people were cutting corners and there was corruption. But I would not be sitting there as a parent, as a person looking at this case, knowing what happened was he went into a shelter and ended up, unaliving someone through the heart. It's a different gravy. And I think people are blurring these lines about what happens, about the juries, about whatever. This, for me, unless I look at other stuff, seems pretty straightforward. And it may not be a popular opinion, but I really don't care, because I think we have to stand 10 toes down on right is right and wrong is wrong. And it's unfortunate that 2 people have lost their lives, but 1 can still be seen. And that's where I sit on this. And I don't know, is Mama coming up?
She gonna come up in just a minute. She had to go in the room and do something, but you can
I
go
agree
ahead.
with you, Imani. Like
You're done.
you're right. I agree with you, Imani. They trying to use everything like it's an all white jury, this, that, the third, and like you said, they not looking at the main factor of what this boy done. It's not about how many people is of color or not of color. It's about this boy stabbed another boy when he didn't have to. He just had all he had to do was just fight him, win or lose. He'd have been all right. They both would have been all right. All y'all would have did was got kicked out the track meet and suspended. I don't know. That's what y'all have got. But y'all have been all right. You chose to pull a knife out and stab a boy that all he want to do is just probably fight you. You know what I mean? So everybody always talking about, oh, it's a white jury. That's why he got. Listen, real facts. I'm not even gonna say real facts. Real shit that I know about. Like I said, I was incarcerated a few times, and I talked to real. Can I say killers? Can I say that? I don't know if I can say that, but I could talk to real people.
Gotta say unalivers.
I talk to real people, unalive people. You know what I'm saying? And they got, like buku time. Like now ain't no, oh, you be home in 2020. No. They be home when the Flintstones cars is flying. They probably be home. You know what I mean? Not the Flintstones, the Jetsons, but he got off. I'm telling you, this boy got off. They're not understanding. He only doing 35. You know what I mean?
Well, people are not privy to that information. They don't know. They never lived it. They never experienced it. They don't know about crimes. They don't know about sentencing. They don't know about if you get lucky, if you're not lucky, as far as the time and the sentence that you get, because they've never been in those predicaments, And so they're just coming at it, and literally they really are. And I see how they're trying to push this. They literally are coming at it from a racial perspective and a racism perspective. And it goes beyond that. It really goes beyond that. And I just do not agree with, and I don't respect the fact that if you're going to march, if you're going to protest, if you're going to get on somebody's podium and say that we want equality and equal rights and justice for all, then this is justice for all. And at some point, you're just going to be on the opposite side of that justice system, and maybe don't do things to put you there. That's just what I think and how I feel. And I don't know if anybody, they'll tell you, oh, you're a goon, you're a sellout, you all the things. I don't care what y'all say. I am, and I do have an activist spirit, but most activists are rational. We have to be rational about this thing, y'all. It can't just be, oh, it's a black boy, so whatever happened with the black family and the black boy, that's what's right. No, what that black boy did was wrong. It was unnecessary. I understand he might have been provoked. He might have felt as though, yeah, okay, you know, how they talking to me and how they treat me, all these things like that. You know, now I'm feeling aggressive towards them. But it's no claims or it's no evidence that they had weapons. You're the only one who had a weapon, and you chose to wield that weapon, whether you were scared or you thought as though they was pressing you or whatever it was. You chose to wield that weapon and take a life, and now you have to sit down and pay the consequences. That is fair.
They had on poom poom shorts. No, I'm just playing. I'm sorry, but they did.
What you say?
I said they didn't have no damn whatever they had on poom poom shorts. You know, those damn track meets, those damn track shorts, poom poom shorts.
Why do we have weapons at the track meet? Like, yo, the shorts is small. But anyway, we don't want to make jokes because somebody lost their life. But let me play this video real quick, y'all, if y'all can rock with me for a little bit more. We have a lot of different thoughts and feelings and opinions when it comes to a lot of the major, you know, individuals that speak up for black rights, black causes, black activism, and all of that. And you know, let's just hear a little bit, and you know, let's see what they have to say. A lot of things, honestly, despite the fact that I do like and support these people and will continue to promote their channels and platforms, it's just on some conversations we see eye to eye, and on some conversations we don't. So let's get into this video real quick, y'all. Rock with me for a minute, and we'll be right back.
That is a decision of an all-white jury in a Dallas suburb in the case of Karmelo Anthony, who was convicted of murder, the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf that took place at a track meet last year in Collin County. It took the jury less than 3 hours to find him guilty. Right now, they are now determining a sentencing phase. Karmelo Anthony's mother pleaded with the jurors to not sentence her son to a long prison sentence, but prosecutors say that's exactly what they want. Karmelo Anthony is 17 years old, was a student with a 3.7 grade point average when an escalated fight escalated at a track meet in Collin County. Austin Metcalf and others approached under this tent and said that he didn't belong there and ordered him to leave. Karmelo said, look, don't touch me, and he reaches into his bag. He had a knife in his bag. And then when he was approached and was pushed by Austin Metcalf, that's when Karmelo Anthony pulled a knife out, stabbed him in the chest, and he fled. This case, of course, has gotten lots of attention. Austin Metcalf, white, Karmelo Anthony, black. This, of course, was a very contentious trial. Karmelo Anthony did not testify in the trial. That was a decision of the jury. And now, of course, it goes into the hands of the jurors to determine his fate. It is certainly a shocking turn of events. A legal analyst, Thelma Anderson, was in the courtroom, and she went back into the courtroom before they set the jury out to consider his fate. And so we will have her live right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered once she is able to get out of court. The judge prohibited phones, computers, anything along those lines in the courtroom, even in the courthouse. And so we'll be waiting to hear back from her to get a sense of what is taking place. It is certainly a stunning story. Karmelo Anthony, a very bright young man, again, with a bright future. And now, as a result of this decision, he is looking at 5 to 99 years of life in prison. I want to bring in my panel right now, Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EPA, joining us from D.C. Sabora G, DEIA consultant and employment specialist, also from D.C. Joy Cheney, founder of Joy Strategies, also from D.C. Glad to have all three of you here. Testimony of one of the individuals, Mustafa, said that one of the coaches said to Karmelo that after this took place, he said, your life will change forever. That is certainly the case. This, of course, took place a year ago. And here's this young man, 17 years old, tried as an adult, now found guilty of murder. And And again, now the fate is in the juror's hand, in the judge's hands. Like we said, it could be as little as 5 years. It could be as many as 99 years. Prosecutors, they want a long sentence. I would not be shocked if they want a sentence of anywhere from 30 to 50 years for Karmelo Anthony. And certainly a sad story. Young man is dead, and this young black man, life may be over before it even gets started.
Yeah, I mean, both families are tragically impacted, and we need to make sure that we call that out. You know, we look at the statistics, right? We know that, unfortunately, half the men who are in prison right now or are incarcerated, whether in federal or state, dealing with life sentences are our brothers, you know, African-American men. And we also know that, I think it was the Prison Policy Institute once talked about that for Black men who are under 25, they're often given longer sentences than any other groups that are out there. So he's facing an uphill battle in the sense of the history of this country and how sentencing is often more severe in relationship to our community. And also, you know, even if it's 20 years or 30 years once you get out, you still got to carry the stigma that's attached to being convicted of murder. So the thing that I'm continuing to do is to pray, right? Pray for both sides of the family, but also to understand the reality, unfortunately, of how we are seen and how we are often given these longer sentences. The last thing that I'll say, Roland, is that we also got to make sure that for our young men who are out there, often facing all kinds of difficult situations, often dealing with folks who maybe have bigotry or discrimination, we've got to also make sure that they understand the choices, those split-second choices, the impacts that they can have. We've got to learn to be able to de-escalate in these types of situations so that you can live another day, but not just live another day, but live another day free, so that you can be able to achieve all the things that are in front of you.
The prosecutors say, Zabora, that it was Karmelo who provoked the.
All right, y'all. So before we move forward, I love the commentary there, which really basically seconds and thirds all of the commentary that me, Imani, and Carlos have, and as far as our thoughts and feelings and opinions on this, it's not that we're going to take away the fact that overall we know that there are some systemic injustices and stuff that happens within racial situations and tensions and stuff like that. But in this case, this is a clear, for me, and I'm not a judge, in my opinion, this is a clear, open and shut case. And I love that this first speaker here, and he does have a name. I listen to him quite frequently over here on Roland Martin's channel, but his name is not coming to me right now. But as far as what y'all see, what he said, like, yes, we have to take accountability for our actions. Like, sometimes your actions, you'll have to pay a price for them. And if we're asking for equality and fairness, then that's literally how it works, and that's how it goes. But before we move on with some more of the video, y'all, do you have anything more to say? Let's hear some. We'll see from what the other two cast members on the podcast and platform have to say. But he started it off like literally how we speaking as well.
Yeah, I think the key thing is when I think there's only one charge up, and I don't know if they gave them any other options. I know in the UK he might have had another option which dealt with whether that's what he went to do, and intent was in there. So in other cases, I think what a lot of people are talking about is in other cases, and they're probably comparing this is where the comparison comes in, that people are given other options to convict. Like, is it first? Is it second? Is it manslaughter? You know, is it first degree manslaughter or whatever? You guys have such a menu of things. It's completely different. And sometimes the jury has no option because they're only given one option. But I do agree with what he said, and I love the balanced view that he's given. He's talking about both lives that have been lost. So yeah, I do agree with what he said. Learning and teaching our young people to deal with conflict. That's the hardest part.
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree with what you say. But also, Monty, piggyback on what you said about the options. Sometimes you got to think about it like we just heard him explain the case a little bit. So when the boy said, "Touch me again," see, I don't know. See, I was in the court. I don't know exactly what happened in the courtroom, but you could take it that if the boy said, "Touch me again," see what's going to happen. And his mind, he already had. He about to stab you. You understand? He's about to stab you. He already
Yeah,
made his mind. I'm about to stab you if you touch me again. So for them saying, "Oh, he did it all for just not thinking about it," no, he thought about it already. He
yeah.
already thought about
And
it.
and you know something,
That's
Carlos?
given
I've never
premeditated.
known one young
And
person that I
premeditated.
have been around that has
Hmm.
not testified in a serious case like this that has gone off. It really, a lot of the time they are told because they have a history of criminal
Right.
activity. But I can't understand why a young man with his future, his lack of interaction with the criminal justice system, why they would tell him not to testify. Because sometimes that's their lifeline. I don't get that.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know why he didn't testify. I didn't understand that either.
If he
But
hasn't got criminal history, I don't get it, because most of the young people I dealt with couldn't get on the stand because they would bring up their past
right.
transgressions, and they couldn't get away with it. Um, or they'd have to be honest about what has happened in their past. But someone with a zero criminal history cannot talk, because sometimes it's the emotion that you bring to a testimony. I've known many of a con merchant who's gone on the stand, and I actually end up believing them, even though I think you're such a liar.
But Golden, like you said, it was premeditated. If they wanted to really throw that out there, but they didn't know. But if you really want to get down to it, he said it. Don't touch me again, or it's gonna happen. He already got in his mind that, yo, I'm about to stab this dude. But like I said, 35 years is like a slap on the wrist. Shit. You get 10 years in New York just for a gun charge.
Exactly. You know what I'm
Just like
saying? And I feel like, come on, y'all. Like we know what it is. Okay. So let's talk about, but we ain't gonna get too deep into it, but we could talk about, because I want to always be factual what it is that I bring to the stage when I say things and I have a thoughts or I feel as though like, yeah, I know some things about the law, but I want to make sure, right? So when it comes to the instantaneous rule, the instantaneous rule is from seconds to minutes. So in many legal jurisdictions, premeditation can happen as quickly as a thought. If a person has time to think, I am going to take this person out, and that's not the term that's in there, but I have to say it like that, and then carries it out, that window of a few seconds is legally enough, right? When it comes to premeditated. Now, here is how they do the legal test. Was there a conscious choice made before the act? If the mind had time to conceive the design to unalive or assault before the physical action took place, that is considered premeditated, right? So then, I just wanted to add that little piece in there. I won't go on too more because we ain't trying to have a
Wow.
legal. We ain't trying to have a legal class here, but I'm just saying,
No,
if
but
we're gonna talk
your
about
laws
what
are
we're talking
completely different. Do you know something?
about,
Our premeditation only exists when you went there to do it. That's what we call premeditation. You went there with the intent of doing it. They don't take into account that in
y'all
a
start
New York minute, you might have decided, I'm going to get this MFR. Really?
girl, y'all
Wow.
start footsteps from the time you leave your house and you hit the pavement and you on your way. It starts there. But it's not funny. But I'm just saying, like, That is lovely information. That's why I like to have these conversations like this, because it is different strokes for different folks. Like, things are different in different countries, different cities, different states.
As for me, premeditation means I went there with intent. And I would say that most people that I know that have dealt with the law is that I went to a place, I knew that I had a beef with this person, and I knew I had a weapon. It's therefore premeditated. But for me to be sheltering under oh, God, my God, it's a good job I'm not a youngster.
And not in the US, right? Because it's like, yeah,
Exactly.
from seconds to minutes.
I would have been
No,
the three
listen, I agree.
strikes person.
These damn U.S. laws and rules is crazy. Like, for real. Listen. This is just off subject real quick, but you know, like I was young and dumb, and I got into a lot of altercations. But in Jersey, just off a terrorist threat, meaning saying you're gonna I will hurt you or do bodily harm, they want to offer you 10 years just for that, just for that.
What?
Yeah, that's what they offer me. They call it a terrorist threat. They offer me 10
No
years.
way.
10 years for talking greasy. You
Yeah,
get
they call
10
it
years.
terrorist. They call it terrorist threat. Yeah.
I'm
That's in
telling
Jersey.
you, it's a good job. It's a good
Imani,
job.
it's very strict here. It's very strict here.
Yeah.
You gotta, not is it just the foundation of the law strict by itself. They're gonna throw books on you and more on you based off of
Listen,
race, right?
the amount of
So
times
that's where the
I've
racial part
jumped in
comes
the
in.
car with my lounge slippers and my lounge pants and my bonnet
And the bonnet, not the bonnet, not the
and
bonnet.
driven somewhere like a crazy MFR. Oh my God. I'm glad I'm not there. Telling
Yeah.
you. They would have
Child,
said it was intent.
we going international. We moving to the UK. I'm done.
Yeah,
I can't do
but
it here no more.
look at the girl. But look at the thing that happened. I don't know if you know, Carlos. There were two influencers in the UK the other week, and they had allegedly a disagreement over a man, and one ran. She ran over the other with her car, hurt an innocent bystander, and the person that she was having the disagreement with. This is all on social media. The person, she passed away. So now she's on an M charge.
So what's she facing?
Sorry?
What she's facing?
She is over the age of, I think that what they do, see, this is the difference in the UK. The difference in the UK, they would not, I don't think they would consider that intent. You know, like you said, premeditation
Yeah.
would be completely different. I think she could face probably, I would think, because she's over the age of 18, she could probably face anywhere between 15 and 20. But she ran over the girl and she injured another bystander. And I'm not saying that she would
In
get that,
America,
because they wouldn't call that
in
premeditated,
in
because it's an
America,
argument.
they'd have built a jail just for her.
But seriously, yeah, she literally had the girl, trigger warning, trigger warning. She literally had the girl under her car. Me, you think I'm going to jail for a man? These people are crazy. Seriously? Mm-mm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Two
I'm
girls
gonna add,
arguing on social media.
yeah. I'm gonna add a few more facts for y'all. All right. So let's get into it. Y'all know I'll be bringing forth the facts. Okay. So there's also something that they consider to be the cool reflection window. Now, when it comes to this, for a charge to hold up as first degree premeditated unaliving or murder, the prosecution must show that the time space allowed for the cool reflection, which means the person wasn't just acting on pure blinding animal instinct. The space to think twice. The time space must be long enough for the person to fully be aware of what they're about to do and have the opportunity to change their mind but they choose to proceed anyway. So a lot of people will say, well, how do you clock that time? How do you clock that? How is this time proven? The paper trail of intent. So because nobody can read a person's mind to see exactly when a thought formed, courts look at physical actions within that time space to prove premeditation occurred. This is called circumstantial evidence. So prior relationship and motive, a history of bad blood stretching back weeks or months shows the thought process started long before the incident in their terms. Preparation, minutes to hours, taking the time to go to a car to retrieve a weapon, loading a firearm, or waiting behind a corner for somebody to walk by. These actions create a measurable time space where the person was actively executing a plan. The nature of the act. If an attack is prolonged, such as manual, can't say that word, putting
Sorry,
it,
can I just
your man,
interrupt you, Golden? I think 1-800 Brick City wants to come up.
oh, 1-800, you want to come up? Okay, 1-800, yeah. Oh, child, if I put the link in the chat. Oh, I don't have no other way to give it to you. I gotta give it to you in the chat. But 1-800 been really supporting and really got a lot of great advice and stuff like that. I love speaking with 1-800. So I want you to come up. Let's go ahead. We just pray. God will be with us. Everybody say a small prayer. Because y'all, sometimes when I drop this link in the chat and stuff start going haywire, that be the only thing. So don't be, I don't want you to come. Come on. Come on up. Come on up. But yeah. So, all right, while Brick is coming up. Yeah.
Can I just say something, Carlos? That girl who's facing those charges, it may turn into a manslaughter charge because they do look at intent. They do look at if this was an argument that escalated and that's what happened. And I think this is where, like I said, we don't see those kind of sesame sentences.
Imani, let me ask you a question real quick. They don't consider driving a car recklessly the deadly weapon.
No, they do. But what it is, they consider what happens. What they tend to do a lot in the UK, and people may think it's leniency, and I'm not saying this is going to happen. They consider what happened in the lead up. Was it the fact that she said, like you said, I'm going to unalive you, or was this an argument that escalated out of control and there was provocation? I don't know what's going to happen. We have to wait to see what the courts do. But the one thing I will say, and I told Golden this before, a difference between our courts and your courts, they really have a limited time to bring a charge. So they have to bring that charge within, I think it's 11 months. They can't go a year before bringing a charge, and that's any charge, including M charges. Otherwise, they have to drop.
These damn courts out here don't give a damn. You could be in
Yeah,
court
you could never
forever.
be inside for 2 years
You could be in there forever.
waiting for a trial. They have to bring you to court. And what tends to happen a lot in the UK is they tend to drop the charges and then go back, do the work. And we've only just got the double jeopardy law in recent years for M. And that's the only thing they can do it on. But a lot of the time, they have to bring the charges within a certain time. And that's why sometimes the police will just say there's no further action and continue to investigate and then bring charges to you. So with an M charge, it doesn't matter when they prosecute you. They can prosecute you to the ends of the earth. With other crimes, they can still prosecute you, but it's much harder to find the evidence. And that's why our police, you can't be inside for 2-3 years on an M charge. They would have to let you go if they can't bring the case within a year. They do have strict things that I think do work better because it makes the people do their job properly. Because a lot of the times they will charge people without all the facts and put the case together. But in your system, they could keep you there for 4 years and not take you to
Real.
trial. Yeah, no, they have to do it within a year in the UK. They can't keep you on remand. Put it this way, they couldn't keep you on remand for 4 years. So there are a few pluses to it because it makes people do their job.
I like, well, not say I like, but that's very informative, Imani, because I didn't know that things operate like that. And this is what I think is so great when we can connect and actually have conversations with one another. We can see how things work, in different uh countries, cities, states, things like that. Oh, Brick City is here. Hello, Brick City. Welcome. How are you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Oh, you're a guy. Okay. We're doing good. How you doing? Thank you for joining us.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Did you have any thoughts, feelings, or opinions on this topic we're talking about right now that you wanted to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I did. It might be just a little bit different, but I think it's hard to kind of defend the young man because of what he did. You know what I mean? But I do think we definitely need some kind of reform because, uh, like Imani mentioned, a man that's like plotting to do something to his wife for a week is different from a boy that got into a fight and then he reacted the way he did, which was completely wrong too. You know what I mean? And he is 17. I mean, 35 years is that's twice the life that he's living. He can't go to college or anything. I mean, he can, but he's took a lot for that decision. He took a lot away from his own life. So you know, eh, we definitely need some reform. It shouldn't be all white juries convicting 17-year-old kids out here. We something's got to give when it comes to having a jury of your peers. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's just my opinion.
I
Now,
agree, Big
I
City.
feel
I
like
agree
though.
with
I
the
feel
fact
like
there's no I don't believe that your prison system, I'm not saying ours is a lot better, but they do take into account the age of people when they commit crimes and the fact that you can actually change from a child to an adult. So a child who's, and I've dealt with a lot of young people who are up on M charges. A lot of the children that I have dealt with, and I call them children because they did these things when they were children, have only received maximum, and that seemed a lot, up to 18 years. But they do have a life license, and that's what people don't realize. That once you have committed that sort of crime, you are on a life license and you are restricted on a lot of things like travel, like jobs you can get, like your probation, like your monitoring. I do, and that's my personal opinion. I know other people may see it differently, but I do believe there's a difference between a child and an adult that commits these kind of atrocities. And I do believe there's a lot that's taken into account when you have coercion, because I've dealt with a lot of young people who've been coerced to take the charge. They never did anything. And I definitely, personally, even if, because I don't see the point of me paying $40,000, £40,000 as a taxpayer a year to keep someone inside who's not going to be any better when they get out. That's my personal belief. Even with the people that have done things to my family. And I've had a situation where my cousin's son went into a shop and a gang fight started and he got shot when he was going, oh, sorry, he got unalived when he was only going to buy milk for his grandmother. And they said everything about him that he wasn't. And I've been in that situation because I don't see the value of it. Because
Yeah,
sometimes we could
his
turn
brain
out
not even
people
fully
who are
developed
worse.
at 17. You know, is his brain even fully developed? You know what I mean? Like
Mm.
from
It don't matter. It don't matter if his brain fully developed. He know right from wrong. When that boy not premeditative, like Monty said, yes. When you're coming out the door and you know you're gonna do something, yeah, you're gonna get that. But when that boy said, "Don't touch me," right, and put his hand in his bag and grabbed his knife and said, "Touch me again and see what happens," he already know what he's planning to do. He's already know what he's planning to do. He's smart. I'm saying yes. You can't distinguish that I have a baby with a girl or not. But he know what he's about to do. So now, mind you, they didn't hit him with the premeditative. He didn't get charged with that. You know what I'm saying? He did not. But he did know if that boy touched me, I'm gonna stab him. Point blank. Period. That's it. No
Is
matter
it
if he's
first degree
strong.
premeditated though?
No, but they didn't charge him with that though. See, they didn't charge him with no premeditated. They let that slide. You know what I'm saying? Feel me? But he did know what he wanted to do. That's just what it is. He knew, but I ain't gonna give it to him. He probably didn't want to kill him. I know he didn't want to do that. That I do know. I know he didn't want to do that. You know what I mean? But it's like you gotta take the actions. Take responsibility for your actions. You knew you was gonna stab this boy. Instead of saying, "Let me just fight this dude. Let me punch him in the mouth. Touch me, I'm gonna punch you in the mouth." You know what I mean? Whatever. Now let's get real. He was getting stomped out and getting jumped, and then he put out the knife and just start slashing, whatever. Okay, I can understand that because now you're fearing for your life. You getting stomped out.
Hi,
You know what I mean?
everybody.
What's
This
up,
is
Mama?
hey, y'all. First of all, let me just say hello to Imani, Carlos, Brick City, the chat. This is Mama Warrior. Golden had to step away for a minute, and it gives me a chance to come into actually this segment of the conversation because I wanted to come up a little earlier. Brick City, I'm sort of agreeing with you a little more. I have a different theory about this as well. Let me just say this. Number one, when someone is unalive in this tragic way that it happened, yes, someone does have to pay with some kind of time, regardless, and I'm going to say this, regardless if you are Black or white. That's number one fact. Number two, I'm looking and thinking about a scenario with the way the story has been told. Now, from what I understand, this young man was walking toward the opposing track team's place, right? And it's supposed to be raining. I'm taking it that it might be heavily raining. And he decides to take refuge underneath the tent of the opposing track team. Okay. So if it's pouring raining, and let's say I went to the store and it's pouring raining on me, but I see a residence, and I just said, well, you know what? I'm going to stand on these steps here. There's covering, at least till the rain stops, and then I can move on. Stay with me, everybody. Okay. So he takes refuge under the tent. Now, he is sitting under the tent, not bothering anyone, but he is approached by two twin brothers who are, what's the right term to use? I guess I'll go ahead and, okay, I'm going to put it in black and white. Two white twin brothers, okay? And they're asking him, you got to get up out of here. You got to leave. You got to go. Okay, so let's look at, if we're looking at it heavily pouring, raining, I have to get up and I have to leave and go out into the pouring rain because I'm not supposed to sit here, number one, because it's an opposing team. Number two, could it be it's about my skin color? Now, just stay with me. Okay, so he refuses to leave because he feels as though I have a right to get shelter out of the rain. Okay, I know this is your premises where you guys are, but I have a right to get out here. So now it altercates to a point where now there's an argument brewing, and now he has physical hands placed being pushed and shoved. Now, for what we know, there's only two white twin brothers there, but do we know who else was in the crowd? Who was the other witnesses? Who else was surrounding this? Was there other white students there as well? Was there other white track meeters there as well? And if you're in that position, you're standing there as one black young man, okay, and you see a crew of brewing. Let's go back to the case I really compare this. The case I really compare this to is the Zimmerman case. I don't know if you recall that Zimmerman case where a black teenager was walking down almost prominent neighborhood, and a neighborhood coordinator came out and said such and such and such to the young man. The young man kept walking. He followed the young man and shot him to death. So when we are out there as black people now in the environment and the temperature that we got going politically and in the world, we are not thinking the same. We may have, before a lot of this stuff start brewing again, we may have felt a little safer to go ahead and say, okay, I'm all right. I'm not going to be in danger. Nothing's going to happen. But unfortunately, we can't say that. When we listen to Roland Martin and we listen to Reese, we hear these things. We hear a lot of this. Now, am I saying that this young man should not have been sentenced because he stabbed a young man and the young man died as a result of it? Because if he hadn't died as a result of it, it would have been an assault, right? So now, because he died, it becomes a murder. All right. So I'm saying he should have received time for that. But also that time should have been divided, because the first thing they should have came to this young man about is, why do you have a knife? It should have been a weapon charge, number one. And then I used to be a paralegal. I'm not an attorney, but if I had this case, Brick City, I would say I would have went with self-defense, but I would have charged him for having a knife at the scene, okay? But I'm looking at it at more of a self-defense, because he did not touch them when he was under that tent. They first physically put their hands on him. And so if I'm a lone black young man out there by myself, what am I to think? Is anybody with me? Anybody see this at all?
Yeah, and like you said, George Zimmerman got off when he did that to Trayvon Martin. He's a grown man. He had intention. He followed him for 20, 30 minutes before he got out the car and did whatever he did. And he
what
got
happened?
off scot-free. He's a
He
grown
was
40-year-old dude.
Yes. So this is why I say, I'm not saying none of us are wrong or right. We're all going to have our own personal opinion. But I wanted to give my opinion. That's what I think. Because I look at myself as a lone black woman. If I'm out there, let's say, just as a scenario, I'm in Walmart. I'm approached by a Caucasian lady who decides she wants to start an argument or start a fight with me. And then other Caucasians come around her and want to support her. I'm a lone wolf out there. What am I to do? What am I not supposed? Am I not supposed to be in fear? Am I not supposed to think, oh, wait a minute, these people about to jump me? They coming at me. We can't tell what was in Carmelo's mind at the time. We really don't know. But I think that perhaps some of those thought processes, and he's 17, some of those thought processes could have been in his mind. Am I saying it was right for him to have a knife? No. I don't care if you're black or white. No, you're supposed to have no weapon in that sort of sports arena. No, simply no. Okay. And I would have charged him for that. But when it came down to giving him a sentence, a 35-year sentence for murder of someone, no, I think that should have been a self-defense and maybe a few years or so for the assault. But no, I don't see a 35-year murder charge. I'm sorry. And we're all entitled to difference of opinion, but that's my opinion.
No, I think, Mama, I understand your opinion, but it's the same as I've said to my son. My son has done security at clubs, and he actually said, and because some of the clubs he's done security are high-end clubs, and he's had, and excuse me for saying this, people, he has had that a drunk white girl moment. He has had women that have these shoes that are lethal weapons. And he's had people try and hit him with a stiletto heel that could take his eye out. But he's also had to think, and it's unfair, but hey, sometimes we got to use our wisdom to say the fact that that person swung at me with that stiletto heel that could have taken my eye out, I still had to refrain from swinging at that woman because I would have been seen as the aggressor. It's unfortunate that some of us have to be extra careful. And I said to him, he said, I've had situations where the other security have said to me, don't do it, don't do it, because the person has almost taken his eye out with a high heel shoe. It's a fact of life.
Yeah,
And I know
it's
it sounds
crazy.
ridiculous,
Yeah.
but that's what he had to do.
Yeah, we get like followed in stores. We get followed in the neighborhood. We got people like Chud the Builder coming up to us saying whatever they want to say. But we're supposed
Right,
to have some type of equal justice system out here.
right.
It needs a major reform because this is it. It could have been a jury full of Chud the Builders on there.
I
You
feel
know
you
what I
on
mean?
I feel you
So
on that, Brick. I feel you
Do
on that.
we do
That, Brick.
we do need some major reform. I will agree with that, Brick. We do need some major reform. And it's just unfortunate that all these years later we are still in this arena where we're talking about racism and race wars and uh, prejudice and hate, race hate crime. It is. It's just sad that we're still having to deal with this. And then when these situations and cases like this take place, you have to look at it with different minds. We have to, because it's in our face and we can't hide from it and we can't say it doesn't exist, but it's there. And the fear, you can't go out shopping anymore. You can't go nowhere anymore because there's a slight fear. Of course, there is God. Don't let me forget that. I know that part. But I'm saying humanly and worldly, there is a fear going out into the public right now because you really don't know what you're going to run into, especially if your skin's a certain color. So, we have to deal with that. We have to, you know. And like I said, unfortunately, this the young man that was unalived, I feel for him and his family. My heart goes out to them as well. But unfortunately, also, we have a black man now, a young black man who part of his life is gone too as well. I mean, he's not unalived and he's not never coming back, but years of his life is going to be taken as well over this whole incident and case. So, it's just crazy. We got to go through this.
It's a
And
sad thing. It's a sad thing, Mom. It's a sad thing.
yes, it is. On both ends. It's very sad.
Both ends. On both ends. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very sad. But anyway, let not Mama Warrior and Gigi Fox take up all the conversation. I just want to interject a little bit. And like I said, I love all you guys. All of us have our different opinions, and we have our same opinions, and we still love one another. We're together, and it's all good. I think this is a great live. But I'm going to back out now and let the live go on. Back. And Golden showed up just in time. I love y'all. Bye-bye.
Sorry, Brick City, were you going to say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Brick City. I'm sorry, I'm back, but I'm glad y'all had a good convo with Mama Warrior up here, y'all. She be having her thoughts and feelings and opinions too. So I had to take a call, so she came in to talk with y'all. But yeah, let's keep going. What you got, Brick City? You got anything more you want to share?
Nah, that was it. I mean, like I said, hopefully we get some reform. I'm not sure if you were there, but we got people getting followed in stores and followed on the street and then provoked, and then they expect you to just not react. I mean, so I don't know. It's definitely a difference between, in my opinion, going out and planning to hurt somebody for days, and then like the Imani said, in a rainstorm, you just out there. That's a lot different. So I mean, but he shouldn't have did what he did. I'm not trying to excuse it. If I wish he didn't do that, because it would be a whole different type of thing right now. I wouldn't have any excuse to convict him. But I think 35, he'll be out when he's 60, 50. I mean, he can't raise a child. He can't. You know what I mean? So I mean, I don't know. You did take someone's life though, so. We don't know what it's like on the other side. We can't just do that to anybody and expect to get away with it. But if the law, if the country's going to be balanced and laws and this and that, then I think the reaction, what they do for other people, like we just mentioned, the dude got off for gunning down Trayvon Martin and following him. You know what I
It should
mean?
be,
So
it
it's
should be fair, it
just
should be fair for everybody. You feel what I'm saying? I feel you.
yeah. So if the dude stalked Trayvon Martin, this and that, he got off. He's a grown man. He has a fully developed brain and everything. He was told not to do it. So I think it's a little bit different, but again, I wish he didn't pull a knife out because it'd be a different story. So
Brick City, I absolutely understand where you're coming from because I do be feeling the same way too. And I think that's what there is a lot of controversy about when it comes to this case and some of the other cases. We do have another one we were supposed to get to, but I don't know if we get to it today. But when it comes to that, it's just like we've just seen so much injustice. Like when it comes to us and ours, right? And our people and our communities and our towns. And when we see like when it comes to them that do the things that they want to do for racial purposes or hateful purposes, we see them get a slap on the wrist in the past. And so I think like we basically feel like we should walk around with that get out of jail free card because of what, you know what I'm saying, how the system is set up and how they do us. I'm just like, yo, if they can get off, then why can't this young man get off? You know what I'm saying? Like, where's our get out of jail free pass? They all have one. Why can't we have one too? But then when we think rationally, like when it comes to it, then we kind of be like, okay, well, technically at the core, yeah, this was a kind of like an open and shut, like, yo, a life was taken, you know what I mean? And I think when it comes to the judicial system and what we fight for as activists and when we lift our voices up to speak, we're asking for equality. We're asking for justice. We are. And so if we're asking for that for us, it's not to say that we want it just for us. We just want to be included in it. You know what I'm saying? So when it happens to someone else, despite the race, it's just like, is that fair? Is that justice? And if we're asking for something, but then get upset that somebody else receives it, then it's going to counteract with what it is we're fighting for and we're requesting anyway, if that makes sense. Go ahead, Carlos.
Now I'm gonna talk about like how I'm gonna talk about uh the boy that got 35 years. Now, not in a bad way, but I think his lawyer failed him because he's a good, decent boy. His whole background was squeaky clean, like Imani was saying. Why did he not take the stand? He could have had more impact of taking a stand to these jurors if he would have just said something. Because he's a good boy. He got a 3.4 GPA, never been in trouble, good kid. His lawyer failed him. Now I know that his parents, his family got $650,000 off of donations.
Well, child, this is the whole part two. This is a sequel.
So
It gets
We
much.
need to continue this one. I think we've got to continue this one, especially with the other case we're talking about. And I think we'll probably include it in the Black History tomorrow, don't you think? Because I really do think these things need panel discussions. And I hope you're here tomorrow, Brick City, because it's been great to hear from you. And I think we need to talk about this stuff because I am torn because, like I said, the numbers that you guys get for sentencing, I'm like, you might as well just give everybody. I mean, when they say you got 105 years, seriously, you got a life sentence. Got a life
Right.
sentence. And
Right.
not only that, having worked with people who've been in the system for a long time, who have not been rehabilitated. Some of them do get rehabilitated, but some of them don't get the rehabilitation. All you're releasing are bitter people who are coming back into society, who are not happy, who are grudgeful or vengeful. Some of them haven't, they're not sorry for their crimes. And having worked with a lot of young people where it happened, especially the ones where it happened and they weren't even involved and they just got craped up and swept up in it because they were there, and they did 20 years and 25 years because, like you said, Carlos, they can't talk because they were there. They were involved in other stuff. But then with this guy, who's squeaky clean, I'm not getting his lawyers. I'm not getting it at all. I don't care whether he decided to draw out a little, what was like a kind of Cub Scout knife. It wasn't like he drew out, like some of the people I've dealt with, like a Rambo or a machete. He drew out a Cub Scout knife. Yes, he used it with force, and sometimes our force is mistaken because when we turn it up, we really turn it up. Because I've been in a car park where I've had a woman tell me she's going to run me over. I said, bitch, you do that if you want to. But let me tell you, you're going to heaven with me or hell.
Yeah,
No,
like
I've
think
had
about it like
people do
this.
that.
Like if it was two black kids and walked up to a white kid, come on now, and he said they were jumping on me, they would have gave him 3 months probation and sent him home. Like in my opinion, but
Mm.
I don't know. I mean, if you once you say two
Yeah.
black guys attack me, they let
I
you
believe that.
shoot them.
Yeah, you're right, Brick. I believe they will do that. I believe that.
Right.
Yeah. And I have seen people, I've seen both sides of the coin because I've dealt with people where, and this is no disrespect to any victim out there, where the victim is not of our ethnicity, but they're involved in the same shite that everybody else in is, but because they are unalived, it then becomes that our people are blown up to be these monsters because it's the ethnicity of the person who is unalived. So I do see that, and I've seen it happen. I've seen people who are in a fight with someone who of the different ethnicity was 10 times worse than them, but it was the color, it was it's the marketing, it's the PR that's done behind them, and the people that come from the single parent family and the dad's not there, and then they have a narrative that they spin about us because there are assumptions made. And I've had many parents who have done the best for their kids and they are not involved in anything like that, but they are given this narrative that is painted about us. And I've seen it myself, even on a personal level, when I have had to go to court with family members where they're describing you as though, who are they talking about? That's not me. So I do know both sides of the coin, and that's why I think we need to have these conversations because what we want is fair and what we want is what's right. And what I don't think that they look at, especially at young people, and this is my only big thing, having worked with young people who I've seen do many years, simply because of who they are, where they come from, and what their background is that they don't take into consideration the maturity. A lot of these guys do not walk out and decide to do this stuff on a day-to-day basis. Some shit just happens, unfortunately.
I agree. Like, I really feel like, nobody, there may not be no premeditation. It may just be, you're walking into a situation or you're making a choice and you made a poor choice, right? And whatever you got yourself into, it led you to making another choice. And that was another poor choice. And then you made that poor choice. And unfortunately, we come out with things like this, And I think that's one, issue that should be on its own. But what we're also starting to see is growing roots. Is growing roots and branches of other things that I think are just, detrimental to talking points and standards when it comes to what we really are fighting for as a community. And yes, as a Black people or ethnicity, whatever you want to call it, right? Because I've heard, and like I said, we watched some content or whatnot from Dr. Umar. We watched that here on the platform. And like I've always said, I agree with some of the things Dr. Umar says and some of the things I don't agree with. Dr. Umar was almost like trying to make excuses for it, like really trying to like argue the way out of the crime. And it's just like being an activist doesn't mean you get your way and you get to do whatever you do because that's your race. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't fit in with the legal system, the judicial system. Like there clearly was a wrong that was made here. And if it comes to racism and anything else, then it's just like that is a separate thing that we'll deal with. But we're dealing right now with this crime that was committed. And it didn't have to be. It could have went a different way if better choices and different choices were made, but yet we are here. Now, what the choices are being made now are that's making things worse is that now we're setting a precedence and we are showing people that, oh, because we're Black, we get to make excuses for our behavior and get away with it because we deserve so, because we've been through so much. That's what is given to me. And I'm like, I get that we've been through a lot. And I get that it's not always equal and fair when it comes out if the shoe is on the other foot. And that sucks that we have to live like that. That's what we're fighting and advocating against. However, fighting and advocating against that doesn't mean that on anybody other side that we're individuals that feel as though we just get away with whatever we want because we're Black. It doesn't work like that. Now, other races may feel that way, but I think if we're asking for justice and fairness across the board, then we understand we're not asking to be above. We're not asking to get passes. We're not asking to be that. We're just asking, can it be fair? What do you think, Imani?
No, I will tell you one day, actually, on the next live, I will tell you a funny story about myself going to advocate for a young person in a police station. And when I got there, I was like giving, the young people advice on how you should behave and how you have to be able to control your emotions. And I'm giving them all this stuff when I'm doing this work with them. And I nearly got arrested myself in the station.
No, child,
The
not
thing was,
for somebody else freedom and about lost your own.
the thing was, the young person said, "But miss, didn't you teach us about self-control?" Because I was the one, he was telling me, "You're going to get me in trouble."
Ma'am, calm down. Calm down, ma'am. Please calm down. It's like, yo, you came there, but it be like that, child. Sometimes you go from 0 to 100. And that's the thing, right? When it comes to us being a human, we can go from 0 to 100 very quickly, right? And if we have had the experience and we have the knowledge and all of the tools, right, to understand that, then we may think twice about the choices and the decisions that we make. But if we don't have that, and we also have a community and a society that's not necessarily gaslighting, but promoting like that these type of things are okay. You should be able to get away with them for the sake of you being Black. And oh my God, your people have suffered so much. Like, yo, I get those talking points. I really do. I really, really do to the core of my soul. But what that's not going to do is prevent situations like this in the future from happening.
Can I ask a question? I want to ask a question. When that other teammate had pushed Karmelo, Would any of us see that as an assault? That was the first assault, was it not?
It's an assault, but it was a physical assault with body. It was a physical assault with body parts. If somebody assaults you with a body part and you want to retaliate, you retaliate back with another body part. You don't retaliate back with a weapon.
But even if that assault right there had never taken place, we probably wouldn't even be at this case.
So what are you saying? That the white boy should have swung on him?
No, I'm saying
because now you're starting to say the same type of rhetoric that I don't like.
Hands off of that young
people
man.
Will swing on you.
His hands off of the gentleman.
But people will swing on you.
But
people will
have
swing
that
on you.
privilege.
They will come
and
for you.
They think that they can put their hands on us.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. We don't want people to swing on us because we're black. But do we know that he swung on a boy because he was black? Maybe he just didn't like the dude. And again, he was over in the camp that he didn't belong in. We don't know why that man, those boys came out there to swing on him. We can't be sure. But even if it was a racist reason, we don't want people to swing on us racially because they're racist and they're hateful towards us. That's the whole point. That's the whole goal. But if they swing a fist at you, it's not the same as swinging a knife at them. And I don't care if people don't like when I say that. I think that is fair. If the white boys, even both of them, swinging all four fists, then you need to get out there and squabble. You squabble. You don't stab. You don't shoot. You don't take a life. Period. What the problem is, we're not teaching our kids and the youth conflict resolution. We're not teaching them self-defense in the proper way. Self-defense is not walking around carrying a weapon. That's not self-defense.
The problem is our youth don't realize, unlike back in the day, there weren't as many phones and cameras, and you had to rely on who saw what. These kids need to realize that we are watched 24/7. There are cameras everywhere. Even if you have a fight outside your house that's not your own, there's Ring doorbells. We personally used to be wary of where we were, what we were doing, and who was watching. And they don't have any awareness or any thought process that goes into what they're doing, or realize that there is a consequence. Because I'm not being funny, there are many people that I know that have been in fights and have been in situations, and it hasn't ended up like that. We need to teach our children the awareness of the consequences. And that's what I used to do, always try and teach the young people. I used to tell them, you're too dumb for crime, because they found you in the clothes. No, I used to tell them, they found you in the clothes or the sneakers
Imani, that's
that
real.
you committed the crime in.
These young people are too dumb for crime these days.
Too dumb for crime.
That's real.
They still got the same clothes on, same sneakers. What's the point? You know, and I'm not saying this because I'm trying to tell people to get away with stuff. I'm trying to say you're not.
We're not promoting crime, but that's just real. That is just real.
Yeah. You're too dumb for crime.
It's too dumb.
Right. It's like you don't even know what you're doing.
Get some good grades and do something else, because crime is not for you. And those amount of sesame birds that they're giving you, my God, it's not for you. Them big birds they're giving them, not for them. Not for them. You know, the rest of your life, having people come and visit you, you know, it's like your whole family's doing time. This is the thing they don't realize.
Right. Yeah. So I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to sound that aggressive. As far as what you were saying, like, go ahead, because your perspective and how you feel is your perspective and how you feel. I just am heavily emotional over this.
Okay,
case,
I'm gonna end with this.
And I don't agree with certain
I'm gonna end with this note and give everybody a laugh. My thing is, when I'm in public, wherever I go, however I go,
right?
Don't put your hands on me. Period.
Right.
That's it.
But if someone puts their hands on you, do you draw a weapon on them?
Well, For legal reasons, no.
No, don't say. Come on now, child. She better get in trouble.
No. Right. No.
Sorry, I'm sorry. That has got to be one of the best answers I've ever heard. For legal reasons, no.
Absolutely not.
Child, I cannot. But I'm saying, okay, and let's be clear about this too. Let's just go ahead and put it out there. All right. We got to understand. My mama is 64 years old. She old school.
How you done gave me
she got an extra year?
I'm 63.
Okay, she's 63.
She's up there giving me years.
Okay, she don't give her back. Oh, give her the year back. So my mother is 63 years old.
Thank you. Yes.
You was born in what year?
1963.
1963. Okay,
Correct.
look, we even here. So she was born in the 60s.
Okay,
So
now.
imagine what they've had to survive and go through and
Okay.
learn how to navigate,
Okay.
with the mindset and the protection to survive all those things, right? Especially as a black woman, especially as a black woman in the hood and the ghetto and stuff like that. And at a time where there was a lot of even more like severe height of racism, literally where you could probably walk down the street and maybe see, a black person hanging from a tree, trigger warning. But we just got to be honest about this. So we have generations of people that are looking at some of these things from a lot of different lenses and have a lot of different responses based on that alone, right? That they have grown up in a different time where they had to pack a little differently, move a little differently, operate a little differently, just so they can see tomorrow.
Okay.
We are growing up in times, even though, yes, we all are of fluctuated ages up here on the platform, but we have grown up in times where it hasn't necessarily been that, right? As our elders have gone through, or fine wines have gone through, we are growing up with a lot of discrimination and things of that nature, right? That we have to combat against and we have to stand up for and speak up for. But the way that we combat against it can be different for us now because we have a lot more, I think, place where we can sit down. You know what I'm saying? Sit down, be more calm, address it differently, not necessarily have to be on our Black Panther civil rights activist energy. But it seems like they're trying to take us back to that.
Well,
but that's another conversation for another day.
You never know.
But what we have had the luxury to grow up in and be raised with is not necessarily the same as what they have. So I will respect her response and what she's saying and her mindset when it comes to that, because it's sometimes something that is downloaded in you, it's programmed in you based off of what you have to fight through and how you have to fight. So when I feel like we're talking about this topic, we're not talking about this topic just based off of one race versus another. No. We also talking about this topic based off of one generation versus another. Exactly. And one generation going to see it differently than another generation. One race going to see it differently than another race. Right. And so we got so many mixed, feelings, thoughts, and emotions, and eyesight on this and response on this that it's gonna be a bit of mixed reviews. You know what I mean? And so, and then also we got background that comes into the mix, right? Because we got our northern brothers and sisters, we got our southern brothers and sisters, we got our eastern brothers and sisters, our western brothers and sisters. Everybody gonna approach something like this in a different type of way, based off of the other brothers as well. Then we also have our international brothers and sisters, okay? Because Imani is our sister. That's Imani is in the United Kingdom, but she's still our sister, and she understands it too, because it's everywhere. It's everywhere. These things that happen everywhere.
It's the culture, though. It's the culture, though, Golden. It's the culture. It's how we grew. It's how we know. I remember one time, something happened. And someone made a threat. Someone made a threat, and I dropped my low and I said, "Come here."
You can join Mel if you want to. I don't know if you think if you want to. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I told them. I gave them my full address. I told them.
But if you want to join Mel, you can come on up. We would love to hear from you as well, because you know you one of our New York girls. You know my
Oh
boyfriend Carlos
yes, let
is
Mel
from New
come
York
up.
too.
North
So
girl,
if you
got it.
want to
North
come up,
lady.
Mel,
Come on, Mel.
because we know sometimes, you know, in the city areas and stuff, it's like, yo, we kind of see it and move
We
about
look
it a
at
little
it
differently.
differently. Right.
So you might have some knowledge and some wisdom to bring to the conversation as well before we wrap up. Because after this topic, we're going to do a part 2, and we'll bring the additional topics into the part 2 because we spent so much time on this one. But I really wanted to talk about this because I thought it was like a really, you know, serious conversation or whatnot, that we could have, but also like gain some clarity and some understanding and see, like, yeah, all of us, we come from different walks of life, been through different experiences, different ages, different generations, different race, all of that. So we're gonna see it differently, right?
Yeah.
But I think at the core of it, you know, when it really comes to it, I think what's most important at the core of it is that we just see it from a human standpoint, you know,
Yeah.
because despite your generation you come from, despite your race, despite your city or your state that you come from, at the end of the day, you are a human that comes from that place. And I know that they don't really care about human lives. I know that. Black human lives. I know that. That's what we fighting against. We know that we fighting against that. They really don't care about black human lives. And so they don't understand, like, how can you possibly sit up here and fight so hard towards or for a white human life? Because to me, a human life is a human life. I know that there are differences when it comes to our races and stuff like that. And we are not the ones that want that to be a thing. We were never the ones who wanted that to be a thing. It wasn't us that led that charge, right? And so if we're gonna be better as a people, it's like I just feel like we have to see things better. You know what I mean? That's the only way you move forward with different outcomes for your tomorrow than the ancestors had in the past. Because if we stay in that mindset and it's always just this, you know, race war and this tick for tack and all of that all of the time, even when there's things that come to the forefront where it's common sense, it's just right or wrong, then that's not going to help us move forward in a healthy way. That's not what we marching for. That's not what we fighting for. That's not what we advocating for. We're advocating for fairness, unity. You know what I'm saying? Being seen as if we are somebody too. And it's unfortunate that, yes, this was a little young black teenage boy that took the life of a little young teenage white boy. Yeah, it's opposite. It's opposite. But then when I hear the things that's being said, I really question. It's just like, what really are we caring about? If we're asking for unity, if we're asking for fairness across the board, you can't sit here and have no feelings or thoughts or emotions when a young man, a teenage young man that just happens to be a white teenage young man, has lost his life. His family will never see him again. He'll never walk through that door again. They'll never have to have Christmas or Thanksgiving dinner with him again. He is in a casket. He is under the ground, and a family is suffering from that right now. If we need to give understanding and compassion, we have to give it. We would ask for the same understanding and compassion if it was our son in that casket. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Imani. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, everybody go out there and support Mel's World. She's got some great content. Thanks, Mel, for stopping by. I think we need to come to a close, and I hope, Brick City, you come back tomorrow because we've got another case that we want to talk about, which is completely different. And we're going to do some, we're going to give one of our favorite people in this sector a recipe that she may need just in case she gets stuck and she feels she has to trade something for oxtails. We're gonna do some recipes as well of soul food and some Caribbean recipes tomorrow, as well as Black history. And we'll finish up this discussion because there is another case that's completely different, and we really, really, really want people to come up and discuss this. And because it's the other side of the coin. And that's it from me. And you know what? It's been a really, really good discussion today. And thank you, Carlos, as well. And I hope we see you tomorrow
Yeah,
as well with the next discussion. Um,
yeah.
and
Thank you,
that's it.
babe.
That's all I got
Came
because
back.
we've been up here 4 hours, girl.
Girl, I didn't believe that, but I'm child free. So, but anyway, I could talk. But no, that was a good conversation for us to have. And, we may have some more tidbits to add to it. But tomorrow, or whatnot, when we go live, we'll have a few other topics that we'll add in. And we may start off with just, finishing off a little bit about this one. But I think for the most part, that we really got down to, the meat and potatoes of this split and what this split is about. When we're seeing now, the communities and the races in the world kind of being one on one side and one on the other side, I think we were able to fully show and explain what both of those different sides are, and a lot of the reasoning as to why. But we didn't get through all of our content. It's okay. Tomorrow when we come back, we're going to do the part 2 and we will finish up the rest of the content. The dogs is barking. The dogs wanted to say something too. I don't know what they wanted to say. But thank you so much, Carlos, baby, for coming up and joining me. I begged and begged and begged, y'all. I begged him real hard, and he came. And Brick City, 1-800 Brick City, thank you so much for coming back. We really enjoyed your time and a lot of your thoughts and feelings and opinions and insight on a lot of this conversation as well. And I know you probably have more to offer, so you're always welcome to come back. You can come on the panel. You can come into the chat, whichever you decide. Oh, God, here comes my phone. I cannot with this phone. All right. But anyway, y'all, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. Imani, do you have any final thoughts before we play our ending song and do our wrap up?
So thanks for joining. It was a great discussion. Hope to see you for the part 2 tomorrow, because the part 2 is completely different. It's about a 14-year-old that was unalived. And that's a different kettle of fish, and it's a different discussion. And thank you everybody for joining. It went really quickly, and I need to go out and play because it's Saturday night.
I like when you say I need to go out and play. I need to go out and play too, girl. I need to play real bad. Real
Yeah.
bad.
But thank you, everybody. It's a blessing. And thank you for all the support. Yeah, we love you and stay blessed.
Yes, absolutely. Everybody stay blessed, stay safe. And if we did not pull anything out from this conversation and this unfortunate situation that we've been discussing thus far, one of the things I can say is we do have the youth. The youth is out there. They're watching us. They need us, and we need to speak with them. And I understand that, yeah, there's unfortunately things sometimes that we are trying to fight against stopping that are still going on when it comes to division between races. But at the end of the day, the youth are out here confused. They're listening to everything we say, and they're listening to everything that we gaslight when it comes to them. And they don't necessarily understand how to navigate it in the right way. They just have a whole bunch of feelings and emotions that they don't know how to properly execute. And I think for us, whether we are parents, whether we are coaches, whether we are, just neighbors on the block, we need to wrap our arms around the youth and try in the best that you can, because I know sometimes y'all they buck at you. Give them a little piece of wisdom and understanding on how to navigate things and make better choices and decisions. Because a lot of times it's our choices and decisions that get us in the positions that we are, and we cannot always argue our way out of it and just throw, racism out there. That's not true. Everything is not about racism. Sometimes we just make poor choices in predicaments that we didn't have to get ourselves in the first place, vice versa. However, like Imani said, we will be sharing a video tomorrow where our activism does have to activate, because that is something that kind of more so falls along the lines of some specific targeted racism. But we will get into that tomorrow on tomorrow's live, y'all. Let's go ahead and end it here. We're going to end it with a bop. I appreciate everybody that came in to listen. I appreciate Carlos and 1-800-BRICK City, and of course my lovely co-host Imani and my lovely mother Mama Warrior that joined me on this one, y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed the conversation. Oh, and shout out to Mel's World. Thanks, Mel World, for coming over. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Salute and respect to you. If y'all have not checked out her channel, please go over and check out her channel. She has a really, really great channel over there with great content. And one of the things that I've noticed is she has a lot of wisdom to bring and advice to give, you know, just for navigating life and things of that nature. So shout out to her. Y'all check her out and support. And one of the things we need to do amongst ourselves, if you want to get on the bandwagon, let's all support each other and lift each other up. We all are a little different. We all do it a little different, but it doesn't mean that we don't deserve to be here. And if it's any, you know, F-ish, we will call it out and we'll have to deal with that accordingly. But at the end of the day, what you can see is when it comes to that, that is singular. It is about a certain individual or however many individuals. It is not about a whole race of people, a whole group of people, or anything like that. And it is only based off of your actions and your behaviors and how you treat others. So let's all take accountability or whatnot for what we do, what we say, how we treat one another. And I think, you know, maybe we can get a little bit further as a people and have that unity that we really are desiring to have. And that unity is not race-based. That unity is human-based. And so y'all see, don't say, okay? We're telling y'all what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And that is it and all. We're going to end it with a bop. Thank y'all so much. Golden, Imani, Carlos, Mama Warrior, and even 1-800-BRICK City. We out. Bye.
I got people forgetting the folks of you. That part. Every laugh ain't harmless. Every post ain't just jokes. Some people smiling online, crying in real life. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Why? You don't know what they carry when the camera done. Broken souls throw stones, then hide they hands. Cowards in comment sections playing God again. Karma don't miss, karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Yeah. YouTube streets messy, everybody got a target. Creators throwing dirt like hate became a market. Mocking people daily, that spirit look haunted. Tell me who raised y'all, this behavior garbage. Laughing at depression, exposing folks' trauma. Then act shocked when tragedy follow behind you. The evil energy, boomerang proper. Come on, pull up silent like a midnight robber. And honestly, do you watch my live? I talk truth, pain, growth, tears, real vibes. Not everybody built for the games online. Some folks want insult from losing their mind. That's fake, no cap. Y'all did the humiliation. Every live stream feel like public execution. Views over souls, cloud over humans. Then wonder why the whole world mentally ruined. Somebody mama crying at night. Somebody daughter hurt inside. Somebody praying not to give up while bullets screenshot painful life. Shame on you, shame. You need healing too. Only damaged people wake up daily, trying to damage others too. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Tearing them down. You don't know what they fighting when the live stream done. Baby, no. Keyboard killers acting tough online. Whole time spiritually broken inside. Karma don't miss, no. Karma don't skip souls either. Every hateful seed gon' meet the reaper. So to the hurting bully people, listen close. You matter more than these demons online. These chicks bitter, these dudes weird. Obsessed every day, like why you still here? Refreshing my page while pretending you don't care. Whole personality built off hate and fear. Talk slick online, real life timid. Broken inside, everybody can't feel it. Projecting they wounds while the comments all cheering. That ain't straight, baby, that sickness concealed. And I said what I said. Yeah, some of these creators need therapy bad. Not another live stream drag. Not another fake outrage cash grab. Scared. bully for a living. A sad spirit look bankrupt, dusty and mad, and the people encouraging it just is trash. Laugh now, karma got a long memory pass. Because words cut deep, so deep, and some people never recover. To everybody bullied online, you are not weak because you hurt. You are not crazy because you feel pain. And don't let these empty souls convince you your life got no value. The loudest bullies usually fighting demons they never healed from. That ain't an excuse, but it's the truth. And to the bullies, get help, seriously. This obsession will tear his strangers apart every day. That ain't normal. Enough is enough. We need love more than ever now. More than ever. Too many souls out here barely hanging on somehow. No more glorifying painful views. No more clowning her forever new. No more mob attacks for entertainment. That darkness got consequences too. Karma don't miss. Karma don't miss. And healing still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble